Well, good evening, morning, ladies and gentlemen. Not quite evening. We did have an evening race last night, and it was entertaining. Started at 3 o'clock and finished last night about 9:30 or so with the Pro Champ final. Great race with Gunnar Stern winning. And we're going to go to race one here Sunday morning. It is only 11 o'clock, even with the time change, advancing an hour. We're going to start out with race one, the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class, 12 to 14-year-olds. This is the final for 5 laps. Riding the number 59 is Hunter Johnson out of Drayton, North Dakota on the 2017 wall. The 30 is Jocelyn Rathke from Wausau, Wisconsin. On the 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. And the 13 is Dale Hunter. Dale is from Thamesford, Ontario. The 199 is Lawrence Egg. The 23 is Dylan Fox. The 53 is Alyssa Gusta from Stead, Manitoba. And the 70 is Wyatt Mitchell from Stonewall. And we've got a jumper already. The 199, Lawrence Egg, gets off the line a little early. Lawrence Egg out of Greenbush, Minnesota on the 2019 Premier chassis. We're going to move the whole row up. Our official starter is Riley Baker on the front straightaway with green flag in hand. Again, we would like to welcome you to the 58th running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. A great social last night following the races over at the Beer Garden. And lots to tell you about today. Lots of motorsports action with 48 races on the schedule here today. Here we go. We're racing the 59. Gets a good jump. That's Hunter Johnson out of Drayton, North Dakota. Looks like some trouble in turn 1 and 2, but that rider continues down the racetrack as your leaders work turn 3 and 4. Races today, of course, brought to you by FXR, Moosehead, Twisted Tea, MacDon, and we'd also like to thank the RM of Brokenhead and the town of Beausejour for all of their generous support. Cool Down Racing Video Productions with us here, bringing you all the live action on the internet from Beausejour, Manitoba. The final race of this season here. We're back in December, of course. More information on that at cptcracing.com. Again, 48 races scheduled on the day. It was actually 52 yesterday. We have some two-wheelers to go today. The ice bikes, of course, and four-wheelers. The ATVs are with us as well. And checkered flag is out in race number 1. So we are broadcasting live on the internet, Cool Down Racing Video Productions, and of course, we are getting ready to go to race number 2. All right, it looks like official word out on race number 1. The 30 of Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin is your winner. All right, next up, race number 2, the Pro Lite Division, round 1 for 5 laps. And here is how they line up. The number 26 is Quinn Whitechuck from Beausejour. The number 88 is Brennan Boxall from Warman, Saskatchewan. Riding the number 5 is Russ Liba from Warburg, Alberta on the 2019 Liba Rotax. The 84 is Dalton Fredrickson out of Thief River Falls, Minnesota. The 87 is Madison Phillips. The 80 is Joe Preston, the good-looking 2019 Wall Arctic Cat. The 115 is Dylan Anagostopoulos from Cedarburg, Wisconsin. And Kendra Westland is on the 113. Here they come in the Pro Lite division, round 1 for 5 laps. Don't forget the beer garden is open throughout the day. Following today's racing events, we will be down at the community hall for the big banquet, the CPTC banquet happening later on. Awards, great dinner, and all kinds of other great fun happening over at the community hall. Here they come in the Pro Lite division, round 1 for 5 laps. Now on your lineup sheets, Dalton Fredrickson is on the 84, but on the track, he is racing the number 334. So change the 84 to the 334. That is Dalton Fredrickson on the 334. And the 334 gets a good start. Wow. Dalton Fredrickson of Thief River Falls is the hole shot taker in race number 2 on the day. Want to welcome you all listening live here to the broadcast. Want to welcome you to Beausejour and the big half-mile oval. We were just experiencing a little bit of audio trouble early here live, not on the internet, but live here. So sounds like we're up and running here. So welcome to the CPTC and the 58th running of this great championship. We are working race number 2 on the track right now for the day. The Pro Lites, round 1 for 5 laps. Concession area is open, hot coffee and hot chocolate available. Beer garden is open as well. Today's internet broadcast brought to you by Cool Down Racing Video Productions. Dalton Fredrickson being pursued by the number 26 of Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Whitechuck chucks it in turn number 1 and 2. Tries to gain ground on that very fast 334 of Dalton Fredrickson. The race is, of course, now in turn 3 and 4. White flag is out, 1 to go. Brennan Boxall is in the 3rd spot on the number 88 out of Warman, Saskatchewan. He rides a 2014 Wall chassis. That'll do it. Fredrickson takes a win. Whitechuck 3rd is Boxall out of Saskatchewan. Looking like Joe Preston, the good-looking Arctic Cat 4th. The 87 comes across Madison Phillips. Madison Phillips is out of Drayton, North Dakota on the 2017 Hooper. Coming home in the top 5 in race 2, the Pro Lite division. Next up, race 3, your Sport Formula 500 class. This will be Heat 1, and we'll bring you that lineup here momentarily. All right, here we go. Sport Formula 500 class. Race number 3 for the day is on the racetrack. Pair of Grabers in this one. The 964 is Colton Graber. The 965, Austin Graber. Both riders out of Clear Lake, Minnesota on Polarises. The number 54 is from Beausejour, Manitoba, riding a 1990 Polaris. This is Tom Keelback. The 67 is Amber Stevens from Tyndall, Manitoba. Aboard the number 87 is J.P. Bennett out of St. Anne, Manitoba, and the 158 is Hunter Van Reen out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin. The 829 is Jesse Pescatelli out of Lebo, Manitoba. The 223 is Adam Braun, and the 22 is Warren Liba out of Bluffton, Alberta. The 87 is a scratch. The 87 of J.P. Bennett from St. Anne is a scratch. Getting set up at the starting line now for race number 3 of 48 on the day. Sport Formula 500 class. Opening ceremonies today will happen at about 12 p.m. Riley Baker is our starter on the front straightaway, right over by the FXR banners, and we're getting set to go with race number 3, the Sport Formula 500 class. Good start for the 964 and the 22, Colton Graber on the 964, the 22, Warren Liba from Bluffton, Alberta. Looks like we'll be having a restart here. We will get race number 3 collected at the starting line once again in the Sport Formula 500 class. Attention in the pit area. Following this race, race number 4 will be on the schedule. That'll be another Sport Formula 500 heat. Race 5 is the Ice Bike Open. Race 6, Pro Formula 3s. Race 7 will be your IFS 340X and ProStock 440 final. So those are the next handful of races up on the board coming up here in Beausejour. Welcome once again to the 58th annual Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Want to let you know the concession area is located underneath the grandstands. Great food being served here all day. Hot coffee, hot chocolate, cheeseburgers, hot dogs, poutine, fries and gravy, and all kinds of other great stuff. Also, the beer garden remains open. You can get on over to the pit area, pay an additional fee, and get a pit pass. Visit the pit area and take it all in. There's some great-looking equipment over there. Some beautiful machinery in the pit area to be seen all day long, so do check that out. Looks like the number 22 has been deemed the jumper. Warren Liba out of Alberta will start in the second row. Good start for the 964 and the 965. Colton Graber on the 964, the 965 Austin Graber looking strong here as they head on down the back straightaway in race number 3, the Sport Formula 500 class. After restarting in the second row is now third. That's Warren Liba out of Alberta. Liba on the outside of turn number 2 looking to make a pass here. Great race for first, second, and third place. Now into the second spot. Your leader is the 964. Colton Graber, then the 22 of Warren Liba, followed by the 965 of Austin Graber from Clear Lake, Minnesota, the 1990 Polaris in the third spot. Here they come out of turn 4 now under the green. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. And the 22 of Warren Liba out of Bluffton, Alberta, pushing hard here. On the outside of turn number 2, battling with the 964 of Colton Graber. 134 kilometers per hour on the last circuit. That equates to about 81 miles per hour. Look at this battle for the lead. White flag is out, 1 to go. The number 22 of Liba likes the outside line in turn number 1 and 2, and he's been fast over there. Not quite fast enough to get by the 964 just yet, but here comes lap traffic now in turn number 3. Here come your leaders up on that lap traffic. Checkered flag is in the air on the front straightaway. Your winner is going to be the 964. Colton Graber besting the 22 of Warren Liba in that great race. That was a good one, no question about that. The Sport Formula 500 class, that was round 4, heat 1 for 5 laps, and it was a good one. 223 stopping on the front straightaway. That is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. As the checkered flag waves for the 67 of Amber Stevens out of Tyndall, Manitoba. Another Sport Formula 500 race coming up next, race number 4. 685 is going to be Tanner Davey out of Batcher, Minnesota. The 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. The 113 is Hannah Westland from Strathcona. And aboard the 446, the Works Crankshaft 446, is Mike Shackelford. Mike is out of Oakville, Manitoba. The number 19 is Scott Wagner from Prada. The 9 is Stefan Carignan. The 32V is John Vahovic from Keewatin, Ontario. The 35 is Dylan Barron from Enola. And the 213 is Aaron Davey out of Badger, Minnesota. That is your lineup for race number 4 in the Sport Formula 500 class. Race number 4 on the day of a total of 48 races. Number 223, Adam Braun out of Winnipeg, getting on the recovery sled and heading back to the pit area as we await the arrival of race 4, brought to you by FXR, Moosehead, and Twisted Tea, along with MacDon. We'd also like to thank the RM of Broken Head and the town of Beausejour for all of their generous support with this 58th running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships right here in beautiful Beausejour, Manitoba. All right, here they come for race number 4. We're going to get set and go racing. All right, race number 4, the Sport Formula 500 class, coming up to the line. Don't forget, opening ceremonies will start at about 12 o'clock right here in Beausejour. All right, race number 4 on the racetrack. Scratch the 32V of John Vahovic out of Keewatin, Ontario. He was out yesterday as well. Scratch John Vahovic. He will not compete. False start for the 446 of Mike Shackelford. He will start in row number 2. 685, Tanner Davey rejoins the field at the starting line. Tanner Davey is out of Badger, Minnesota, riding a 1990 Polaris. Good racing into turn number 1 and 2 now. Davey on the inside on the 685, looking for the lead down the back straightaway. 3 sets of 2, 2x2 heading down the back chute and into 3 and 4 now as they fly down the front straightaway. 213 is your leader. That is Aaron Davey. The 685 is Tanner Davey. For 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The number 19 getting at it. That is Scott Wagner with Shackelford on the 4.46. Great racing there for third and fourth spot. But the Davies still first and second. Aaron Davey first, Tanner Davey second. Scott Wagner out of Prada on the number 19, currently third. Tough break for the number 9 on the front straightaway. 130 kilometers per hour, 78 miles an hour on the previous circuit. Stefan Carignan on the 9 out of Winnipeg is stopped on the front chute. White flag for your leader, the number 213 of Aaron Davey. Now the number 19 up to challenge for second. Scott Wagner out of Prada, Manitoba on the 89 Polaris has the second spot now. Nice clean pass there. Aaron Davey is on the number 213 out of Badger, Minnesota. And it looks like the 1990 Polaris will take the win. The 19 followed by the 4.46 will be your top three. Scott Wagner second, the 4.46, Mike Shackelford out of Oakville, Manitoba. Riding the 1990 Polaris will finish unofficially third here in the Sport Formula 500 class. Stefan Carignan gets the 9 refired. Stefan is out of Winnipeg on a 1991 Skidoo. Next up, moving to two-wheelers, race number 5, the Ice Bike Open, round 1 for 5 laps. And lining up in the Ice Bike Open, this rider did a great job yesterday. Always up front, the number 19 is Cal Dietz out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. He is riding a 1992 Kawasaki. And aboard the 489 is Avery Carr. Avery is from Lac du Bonnet, Manitoba, and riding a 2016 Yamaha. The number 14, also a top runner out of Winnipeg, on a 2019 Kawasaki. The 14 is Ryan Rondeau. The 138 is Ben Hildebrand from Stead, Manitoba. Ben is on a 2009 Honda. And on a 2014 Husky, Husqvarna, in fact, the 108 is Bruce Dean out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Bruce Dean on the 108 out of Winnipeg will start on the outside of the Ice Bike Open, our first motorcycle event of the day and race number 5 here. And here they come. Race number 5 on the track, the Ice Bike Open. Race 6, attention in the pit area will be the Pro Formula 3s, the all-new class for the premier riders on the circuit. Race 7 will follow that. That'll be the IFS 340X and ProStock 440 final. That will be changed from 5 laps to 4 laps. Race 7, change that to 4 laps. Race 8 will be the Sportsman 600 Heat 1 for 5 laps. And 3 will qualify to the final race, which is race 40 on the day. And 2 will go to the B main. Here we go. Motocross bike style. The ice bikes are on the track. Well, as we saw yesterday, the pair of Kawasaki's go right to the front in a great big hurry. The number 19 out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. The 14 out of Winnipeg. 14 is Ryan Rondeau. Pretty strong riders up front on the Kawasaki. 489 is third, Avery Carr. Look at the battle down the back straightaway here. This will be a 5-lap race for the ice bikes in race number 5 on your schedule. Ryan Rondeau out of Winnipeg on the Kawasaki is your leader. The number 19, Cal Dietz out of Saskatoon, is second on the 1992 Kawasaki. Those riders are pulling away from the rest of the field. Still under green flag conditions here in the ice bike race. 489. Coming by the start finish line, that's Avery Carr. The 138 is Ben Hildebrand. 133 kilometers per hour on the previous circuit. White flag, 1 to go for the number 14 of Ryan Rondeau. He is your leader on the Kawasaki. Into lap traffic now into turn 3 and 4. The pair of green machines just flying here in the first ice bike race of the day. And checkers to the number 14, followed by the 19 out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. So it will be Ryan Rondeau in the first spot and Cal Dietz from Saskatoon in the second spot. Race 6 coming up, Pro Formula 3, round 1 for 5 laps. An all-new class created late 2019. This class was originally scheduled to be the World Championship class in Eagle River for next year, but they have since nixed that idea and will return to the Pro Champs for the World Championship class. All right, race number 6, Pro Formula 3's round 1 for 5 laps. Gunnar Stern is on the 220. The winner of the Pro Champ final last night, the 15-lapper, was won by Gunnar Stern. G-Money out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo. The number 39 is the Wall Brothers Racing Jimmy John's Polaris FXR entry. 39 is Tom Olson. The 13 is Nick Van Stridonk in his final day of racing after 25 years. And the 8 is a local boy out of Goner, Manitoba. 2019 Skidoo is Travis McDonald. Pro Formula 3's on the racetrack right now. Certainly a developing class. F3 is based on a stock snowcross chassis. They're allowed to use an oval track skid, different A-arms on the front. 600 engine with no modifications. They're only allowed an 8-inch carbide, and no titanium anywhere is allowed on these all-new Formula 3 sleds. You can see they're competitive as you can put a blanket over the top 3 here right now in turn number 3. This is race 6 on your schedule, the Pro Formula 3s. What a race it is. Travis McDonald wiggles the number 8 to the inside of turn number 1 and 2, and that thing is biting on the bottom. How about that? What a great job by the XPS Lubricants number 8, sliding inside in turn number 1 and 2, and now looking at clear track in front of him. Gunnar Stern on the 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois. That Red Bull Skidoo looking pretty good right now. Challenged right now for the 2nd and 3rd spot. White flag coming out this time around. 4 down, 1 to go. Travis McDonald followed by Stern, the 39 of Olsen, and the 13 of Van Stridonk. Those are your top 4 and only 4 in this particular race. Checkered flag is in the air. Your winner is going to be Travis McDonald. That was a close one for second. We'll await the official report. All right, it's official. The 220 was second. Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, will finish second in a very, very close finish. So that will do it for race number 6 on your schedule, the Pro Formula 3s. That was round 1 for 5 laps. Next, we will move to 4 laps, not 5, in our next race, race number 7. Tyson Bizdell is out of Enola. He will ride the 5-1-1. The 41 is Tony Autumn out of Milton, North Dakota. Riding the 16 is Daryl Kaltoff from Saskatoon. And the 65 is Norm Chura out of Enola. Norm Chura out of Enola on a 79 Skidoo for this one in race number 7, the IFS 340X ProStock 440 final. 4 laps will be the distance, not 5 as indicated on your race schedule. All right, here we go. 5-1-1 Tyson Bizdell out of Enola, Manitoba on the good-looking 78 moto ski will be the first rider to the line. Tony Autumn on the 41 out of North Dakota. Also joining the party, Daryl Kaltoff out of Saskatoon. And the veteran, 68-year-old Norm Chura on the number 65 on the outside. Norm Chura out of Enola. And Chura gets a great start out the outside of the front straightaway. Norm Chura out of Enola, Manitoba, the 79 Skidoo, is flying. Multi-year racing veteran, looking awful good. Attention in the pit area, race number 8 will be the Sportsman 600s. Heat 1 will be 5 laps. Race 9 will be another Sportsman 600 heat race, so if you're in those classes, you need to be in staging immediately. .150 kilometers per hour on the previous lap. That is about 90 miles per hour. White flag coming out for Norm Chura. The 5-1-1. Tyson Bizdell from Enola, Manitoba, riding that 78 moto ski, currently in the 2nd spot. But right now it is all Norm Chura from Enola on the 79 Skidoo, leading into turn number 3 and 4. This race brought to you by FXR, MacDon, Moosehead, and Twisted Tea. Chura will take the win, followed by Tyson Bizdell on the 5-1-1. 3rd and 4th place over in turn number 3 and 4. Checkered flag has fallen on your leaders and winners. Tony Autumn out of Milton, North Dakota on the 41, and the 16 is Daryl Kaltoff out of Saskatoon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we apologize for the audio issues here in the grandstands. They are working on it throughout the day, so we will monitor that closely. We have been a little bit in and out here, but we will do our best to keep going here. We understand we swapped out a new amp, so hopefully we're going to be good for the rest of the day here live in the grandstands. All right, race 8 onto the track now. Sportsman 600, Heat 1. This one will be 5 laps. 3 will qualify to the final race, which is race 40 on your schedule. 3 will qualify to the B main. So 4th, 5th, and 6th place will go to the B main, which is race 34. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place go to race 40. That's the final race. So you want to be in the top 3 if you don't want to race in that B main. Race 8 on the track. Race 9 will also be a Sportsman 600 race, but a lot of scratches in that one, so we will go to 3 laps in the next race, but this one will be 5. Start for the number 15. Kyle Omachinski is out of Beausejour on the number 15 and looking pretty sharp off the starting line there. Bit of a delayed start, however, all the riders on the racetrack and getting down the track. Good battle between the number 50 and the 16. Eric Ruland is on the number 50 out of Blaine, Minnesota. And the 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. DJ is on a 2000 Polaris. Right now it is all the Klim number 15 of Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour riding a 2000 Polaris. He has got that entry up front and in command here on the half-mile oval. Brought to you by FXR, Twisted Tea, Moosehead, and MacDon. .147 kilometers per hour on the previous circuit. White flag is out. The number 50 showing the way, Eric Ruland out of Blaine, Minnesota. That is a 1999 Arctic Cat now in command of this race as they head on down the back straightaway. Kyle Omachinski, the number 15, led this race for a while, but is now being challenged for the second spot. That's some great action in turn number 4. Your winner is going to be Eric Ruland. Then the 15, followed by the 16 of DJ Saluk. The 23, fourth. That is Will Manchelenko from St. Malo. And that was race number 8 in the Sportsman 600 class with the 13 finishing up. That is Jonathan Hall out of Beausejour, Manitoba, riding a 1996 Skidoo. Race 9 coming up. This will be shortened to 3 laps as we have quite a few scratches in race number 9. Here's the scratches, the 3 Shane Wagner, the 72 Ryan Fleischacker, and John Zielinski on the 116 will be scratched from race 9, which is now 3 laps. And in the race is the 223 Adam Braun out of Winnipeg, the 3 of Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, and the 39 of Brett Keelback out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. Danik Lambert in his first time ever here in Beausejour out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. 2,300 kilometer drive. It took him 32 hours to get here with his crew. Danik Lambert will compete in the F500 and Sportsman 600 classes. Has a couple Eagle River World Championships to his credit, including the 2014 Junior F500 14 to 15-year-old World Championship and the 2018 Eagle River World Championship in semi-pro, all the way from Sorel, Quebec. Sponsored by Mary's Hangout and Transport MS. Danik Lambert on the number 3. And he leads it. Brett Keelback on the 39 out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba, battling with the 223 of Adam Braun from Winnipeg. We are on race number 9 on the schedule. One more race before a grooming break and then opening ceremonies brought to you by FXR. Brett Keelback looking good. 134 kilometers per hour on the previous lap. That is just a shade over 80 miles per hour. .39 in the 3, the top 2 here, followed by the 2:23 of Adam Braun. So Brett Keelback, Danica Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, and Adam Braun finished 1, 2, 3 in the 3-lap race number 9 for the Sportsman 600s. All right, the last race before intermission, that is race 10 on your schedule coming up, of a total of 48 races on the day. There'll be 38 left after this one. Race 10 is the Relic Mod 300 Superstock fan-cooled free air final for just 3 laps. Riding the 11 is Don Keir out of Winnipeg. The 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. On the 69 is Colin Demianic from Winnipeg. That is a 1970 Skidoo. Riding a 1971 Yamaha, the 57J, is Joe Bruce, and Joe is from St. Anne, Manitoba. Riding the 32 is Rudy Jensen. The 8 is Ray Gosselin, the 13 is Kieran Lowen, and the 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. James Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan on the 179. That is a 1971 Arctic Cat. Relic Mod 300 Superstock fan-cooled free air final for 3 laps coming up on these very vintage sleds. And you'll see some more vintage sleds during opening ceremonies at noon for the Vintage Sled Parade, brought to you by FXR, Moosehead, Twisted Tea, and MacDon. Getting set to go racing. Here we go. 179 off the outside is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Cutting right across the track into turn number 1 and looking strong in this Relic Mod 300 Superstock fan-cooled free air final. This is race number 10 on your schedule. .179, Jason Mackey is the leader. The 57 is Joe Bruce. 69 is Colin Demianic. Colin on the 1970 Skidoo, now in the 2nd spot. Don Keir on the 11, blazing down the front straightaway. 108 kilometers per hour for the leaders on the last lap. Joe Bruce on the 57, currently 3rd. That is a 1971 Yamaha. Pair of 13s battling for 4th and 5th. Kieran Lowen and John Hall. 32 is Rudy Jensen on the 79 Yamaha. The number 8 is Ray Gosselin from St. Malo, Manitoba, riding a 1971 Yamaha. Checkered flag is in the air. The 179 will take the win. Jason Mackey, followed by Colin Demianic on the 69. And that'll do it for race number 10, Relic Mod 300 Superstock fan-cooled free air final. And that will bring us now to an intermission grooming break. Quebec supplying all the sweepers here for the track maintenance. All right, welcome ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the 58th annual Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. I want to point out just over here of the vintage sleds, of course. How about a great big hand for all these restorers? There's some beautiful machines here. including a vintage snow hawes that was last raced at the old track here in 1964, lovingly restored by its owners, and we do appreciate their efforts in that matter. Also want to point out one thing that isn't vintage but has been around a long time, 25 years in fact. I'm standing beside two-time CPTC champion, the number 13, his final race in ice oval snowmobile racing. How about a hand, ladies and gentlemen, for Nick Van Stridonk. What a career. Two-time Eagle River champion, and he'll be looking for his third Canadian Power Toboggan Championship here today in his farewell race. All right, at this time, I want to welcome the president of the CPTC, Mr. Reed Baker, with a few words.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to thank everyone for coming out to watch the races today. This means a lot for our community. It's really impressive seeing the juniors here on their kitty cats and all these vintage sleds, some of them that have been raced here. I also wanted to mention today we have two local racers that competed in the Alaskan Iron Dog race. The race was 2,400 miles long over 6 days. That, just to put that in perspective, that's like racing a snowmobile from Calgary to Quebec City. And they did it in 6 days, and it was exciting. They had the whole town talking, and we hear that they might be doing it again. So I'd just like you guys to give them a big hand because it's the toughest snowmobile race in the world. That's Ben Hildebrandt and Mark Fossey. Good job, guys. I just wanted to mention, too, we have a couple of dignitaries here. We have MP James Bazan, MLA Wayne Reeve Brad Saluk, and Mayor Ray Sherrill. And I'm just going to hand the mic over to Mr. Bazan to say a few words.
Thanks, Reed. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the center of the universe when it comes down to snowmobile racing. It happens right here in Beausejour. And this happens because we have an amazing group of volunteers that have been putting on this race for the last 58 years. So, Reed, congratulations to you, to your board of directors, and all the volunteers who come out to make this race possible. I also got to say a big shout out to the generous sponsors that support racing right across this country. And everyone that's snowmobile enthusiasts. I've always said I'm very proud to have been part of a government that always put money into our trail systems that we have here, supporting Snowman and everything that they're doing to make sure that we have a safe way to go out there and enjoy our sleds and see the country while we're out enjoying the great outdoors. And finally, I want to thank each and every one of you to come out and cheer on all these great competitors who've come from right across Canada and the United States to really come out and compete and showcase the great sleds that they have. So again, on behalf of the great people of Selkirk Interlake Eastman, on behalf of my colleagues in Parliament, congratulations and enjoy the rest of the day. Wayne Owasco.
Okay, we're almost to the point in the ceremonies where we can pretty much just say ditto. But I'd like to give on behalf of the Lactabani constituency a big kudos and congratulations to Reed Baker and his board of directors, and of course the hundreds and hundreds of hours of volunteer time that gets put into these races each and every year, beginning of December and now again beginning of March. Of course, you couldn't have these races unless you have the world-class racers that take the time and the opportunities to put their money and their lives at risk on this ice oval. And I'd just like to give a big round of applause to all the racers who compete each and every year for their dedication to the sport. So if you can join me, just give them a big round of applause. Of course, we need you, the fans, to show up to make this an economic driver, not only to the community of Beausejour Brokenhead, but also the province of Manitoba. And we know snowmobiling is expanding and growing. The sport is growing each and every year. So on behalf of the province of Manitoba, thank you to all of you snowmobilers who continue to put those dollars and cents into this sport. With that, racers, have a very safe competition this afternoon. Fans, enjoy the show. And of course, if you see an opportunity to see any of our local sponsors or provincial sponsors, please thank them as well, because you can't do these events, of course, unless you have some dollars and cents behind it. So again, Reed, thank you very much and congratulations. Over to Reeve Brad Saluk.
Thanks, Wayne. On behalf of my council and the residents of the Arm of Broken, it is great to see everyone here for the 58th Annual Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. We'd like to thank the Board of Directors, President Reed, and the hundreds of volunteers that take to put on an event like this. Thank you for all the hard work and dedication to this community. To the racers who have traveled all over North America to be here this weekend, we wish you much success in this weekend's race. And Nick, I really hope you take home the 2020 Canadian Championship. That would make your retirement an honor. Thank you. His Worship, Ray Sherrill.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the town of Beausejour, I'd like to welcome all of our fans and the people who keep coming here year after year. I want to thank all the racers for putting on one heck of a show and having safe racing all afternoon. But a big thank you to all the volunteers. I've always said Beausejour has a gem of a heart when it comes to all our volunteers in this community. There is nowhere else in North America you can go and see all that gets done here year-round, year after year for 58 years. And as a person who is growing up in this town, I'm very proud of this community. It takes a heart to make something like this happen. When you have stuff like yesterday where there's water on the track and people are getting wet and they're making things happen, it's all about the love of this place. And again, a big thank you to Reed, all the directors, the hundreds of volunteers. I already know they were talking last night about stuff that's going on for next year. This takes a year in advance to start planning. And again, I want to thank all those people for putting their heart and soul into Beausejour, because Beausejour is the best place to live. So thank you very much, and we'll see you all next year.
Thanks very much, Ray. Well, at this time, before we start the engines and get ready for the 58th running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, I would like to welcome Courtney and Brittany Carmichael with the singing of the American and Canadian national anthems.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, qu'à ton bras c'est porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée, tes plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost time for the 58th running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Are you ready up there? We're going to get going momentarily right here in Beausejour. All right, here's your lineup for race 11, Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 class for 10 to 12-year-olds. The number 70 is Wyatt Mitchell from Stonewall. Riding the number 59 is Hunter Johnson from Drayton, North Dakota. The 23 is Dylan Fox from Balmoral, Manitoba, and the 53 is Alyssa Gusta from Stead. And rounding out the field for race number 11, the number 12 is Diesel Rasmussen out of Landmark, Manitoba on a 2002 Polaris. So 10 races in the books already. Of course, we did that in preliminary fashion before the opening ceremonies here today. And now we're going to race 11. We have a total of 48 races on the day. So this is race 11 coming to the track. We want to welcome once again Cooled Down Racing Video Productions. They are here to bring you all the live action on the World Wide Web. And of course, for those of you joining us live right here in Beausejour, we want to thank you very much for supporting this wonderful sport. A lot of history today. We just saw that vintage snowmobile that last raced here in 1964 leave the racetrack at Snowha's entry. We will also see Nick Van Stridonk in his last day of ice oval competition. He joined us for opening ceremonies. I was in the pit area this morning and got an interview with Nick Van Stridonk that we're going to play a little bit later, talking about his appreciation for the sport and the involvement in the fans of it. So we'll play that one later on in the day. But it was sure nice to visit with Nick Van Stridonk this morning and his family, a great snowmobile racing family, and looking forward to seeing him take a run at his third Canadian Power Toboggan Championship here today. Here we go now with race number 11, Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 class. Next up, 2 rounds of Pro Champ 440s. If you're in those classes, you need to be in the staging area immediately. Of course, racing today brought to you by Moosehead, Twisted Tea, MacDon, and FXR. Dylan Fox is the leader, followed by the 53 of Alyssa Gusta. Alyssa Gusta is out of Stead, Manitoba. And Alyssa is on a 2000 Polaris for this race, the Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 class. Number 12 of Diesel Rasmussen, a little off the pace on the number 12 in turn number 1. This one scheduled for 5 laps. On the number 59 is Hunter Johnson out of Drayton, North Dakota. Racing into turn 3 and 4 here in your Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 class. Dylan Fox still the leader on the number 23. 53 second, the number 70 third. That's Wyatt Mitchell out of Stonewall. There's the number 12 once again. Diesel Rasmussen from Landmark, Manitoba, aboard the 2002 Polaris. 108 kilometers per hour, about 65 miles an hour on the previous lap for your race leader, who is now around to take the white flag, indicating just one more lap to go of the half-mile oval. That is the 23 of Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, riding a 2003 Polaris. Good racing for second and third place. The 53, Alyssa Gusta, being pursued by the 70 of Wyatt Mitchell from Stonewall. Dylan Fox with a great start to this race in race 11, the Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 class. At number 23 will take the checkered flag. Dylan Fox out of Balmoral takes checkers in the Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 class for 10 to 12-year-olds. Second is the 53. That is Alyssa Gusta, followed by the 70 of Wyatt Mitchell. That is your unofficial top 3 in the 5-lap final of the Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 class. Next up, race number 12, and that will be your Pro Champ 440s. Our Canadian Power Toboggan Championship class here today. And race number 12 looks like this. The number 10 is Stephen Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. He rides a 2019 Skidoo. And aboard the number 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois, this is G-Money Gunnar Stern, three-time TLR Cup champion on the number 220, riding a 2020 Red Bull Skidoo. 157 is John Henke out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin, another 2020 Skidoo. And on the 102, three-time in a row Eagle River World Champion Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris FXR Jimmy John's 2020 Polaris. Blaine Stevenson making his home in Hutchinson, Minnesota. And out of Dayton, Minnesota, the 2016 Wall Brothers chassis, the number 75 is Calvin Cook. Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on the Wall chassis. Well, Gunnar Stern on the 220 was the winner of last night's USSA ProStar Cup Series points race. He is sponsored by Red Bull, FXR, Aqua Finance, Skidoo, Woody's, Daco, and Taba Towels, along with Abraham Trucking. 2017, 18, and 19 TLR Cup champion, three-time CPTC champion, top three in Eagle River in 2019. Was the Valcourt winner in 2019, three-time winner of the Wausau 525 race, a Valcourt win in 2020. The list goes on and on for G-Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, who got faster yesterday as the day progressed. As the temperatures went down, that rider got faster. All right, Henke is a scratch from this one, we're told. John Henke, a scratch on the 157. Gunnar Stern on the 220, wasting no time as he takes the Red Bull Skidoo to the lead down the back straightaway. He is being pursued by the 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. The Wall Brothers Racing Jimmy John's FXR Polaris number 102 in pursuit. The 75 and the 10 make up the third and fourth spots. Racing here, number 12 on your schedule. Race 12, the Pro Champ 440. This is round one, heat one. 5 laps is the scheduled distance. Blaine Stevenson on the number 102 has been racing 20 years. Also took a win in Ironwood and Wawega. .160 kilometers per hour on the previous lap. That is 96 miles per hour. And speaking of high speed, look at this race for first and second place now. Gunnar Stern on the 220 being pursued by the 102 of Blaine Stevenson, and that is a race in turn number 3 and 4 as they come out of turn 4. Looking at the checkered flag, your winner is going to be Gunnar Stern. Wall Brothers Racing 102 finishing up in the second spot. Third is going to go to the number 75. That is Calvin Cook, followed by the number 10 of Stephen Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin on the 2019 Skidoo. But a nice job, Gunnar Stern, continuing his winning ways from last night after picking up the 15-lap feature, part of that USSA ProStar Cup point series, and now turns around and wins the first heat race of the day in the Pro Champ 440s. Coming up next, race 13, Pro Champ 440s once again. The 8 is Travis McDonald, sponsored by XPS Lubricants. He is the local rider out of Goner, Manitoba. He's won some December shows here. He's looking for his first CPTC championship here today, the 8 of Travis McDonald. And in his 25th and final year of racing out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin, he races for TNN Racing and Polaris along with Amsoil. The 13 is Nick Van Stridonk, twice a winner of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships and twice a winner at Eagle River. And riding the number 39, the Wall Brothers Racing entry, is Tom Olson, also sponsored by Jimmy John's FXR and Polaris. The 233 is Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin on a 2020 Polaris. And Matt Gady out of Mayer, Minnesota is on the 2018 Skidoo. Matt Gady on the number 28. His first visit to this facility since 2016. Former asphalt late model stock car racer as well. Heads up in turn number 1 and 2. Those riders are flying. Travis McDonald, the XPS Lubricants number 8 is your leader, followed by the Polaris number 13 of Nick Van Stridonk. Van Stridonk out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin in the second spot. Matt Gady battling with Tom Olson in turns number 1 and 2, and it looks like Gady has the third spot. Matt Gady out of Minnesota. Won Valcourt on Sunday. He also won the Vintage Eagle River World Championships, actually 4 times, won it again this year. Sponsored by Skidoo and MJT Trucking, along with the Nicollet National Bank and the Ravine Bar and Grill. Van Stridonk on the last lap here, creeping up on the back bumper of the number 8 of Travis McDonald out of Goner, Manitoba. Oh, troubles in turn 3 and 4 for Travis McDonald. Van Stridonk goes by, as does the rest of the field. Checkers for Van Stridonk, followed by Gady, the 39 of Olson, the 233. And tough break, Travis McDonald leading that entire race and doing such a good job, is parked at the top of turn number 4 now and will likely need the services of our recovery sled. Travis McDonald on the 8, also competing in the all-new F3 division this year. He was the 2016 Valcourt winner. And as we talked about, has won the December races in Beausejour, actually both days previously, but has never won the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. He is sponsored by FXR Woodies and XPS Lubricants. Took third in Eagle River this year and won the F3 race in Valcourt. So they will take that number 8 back to the pit area and try to sort things out for Travis McDonald. Still lots of racing left on the day. That was the conclusion of race number 13, the Pro Champ 440 race. Next will be race 14, the Pro Formula 500s. Round 4, heat 1 for 5 laps, and I'll bring you that lineup momentarily. All right, here comes race number 14, Pro Formula 500. The number 84 on your lineup sheets, Dalton Fredrickson. The 446 is Mike Shackelford. He is out of Oakville, Manitoba. Riding the 113 is Kendra Westland. The 87 is Madison Phillips out of Drayton, North Dakota. And riding the 48, keep your eyes on this rider, the 48 is Brian Healy from Lorette. The number 34 is Colton Niewolny from Medford, Wisconsin. The 964 is Colton Graber. Graber is out of Clear Lake, Minnesota. The number 17 is Jared Sackvey, a local boy from Beausejour, Manitoba. And the 3 all the way from Sorel Tracy, Quebec. 2,300 kilometer drive for the number 3 of Danik Lambert. He will ride a 1991 Polaris. All right, here comes the number 48 of Brian Healy. Colton Niewolny out of Medford, Wisconsin on the 34 will park beside the 48. 964 has made it, as has the 17, sponsored by Freightliner. And the 3 of Danik Lambert. Great crowd. We want to thank you for all your support here. Ooh, the 334 jumps. That is actually Dalton Fredrickson, listed on your lineup sheet as the 84. He is the 334, so a tough break. He is a very strong runner in the Pro Formula 500 class. Let's see if Dalton Fredrickson can come from row 2 now. Here we go, we are racing. Action in turn number 1 and 2 is intense. As always in the Pro Formula 500 class, as they head on down the back straightaway, they are 3 wide. And coming out of turn 4 for lap number 1. Kendra Westland is your leader. Great action. Kendra Westland now being challenged by Dalton Fredrickson, who had to go to the second row as a result of jumping the start. Look at these riders. They are not afraid of anything. Wow. Dalton Fredrickson, the new leader. Westland and then Niewolny, your top 3 here in race 14 on your schedule, the Pro Formula 500 class. Racetrack looking a little bit slick. A little bit sideways through the corners in turn number 3 and 4. Brian Healy on the number 48 moves into the 3rd spot. Look at the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th out of turn number 2. We have got a good one over there. Dalton Fredrickson on the 334 is from Thief River Falls, Minnesota on the 1989 Arctic Cat. Checkered flag is in the air, and he's got it done. Second to Westland. Looks like unofficially the 48 third. Niewolny 4th. The 34 of Colton Niewolny out of Medford, Wisconsin, unofficially 4th on the 1990 Polaris for race number 14 in the Pro Formula 500 class. All right, race 15, another Pro Formula 500 race coming up. The 96 is going to be Bruce Rosentreader. He's from Whitemouth, Manitoba, riding a 2015 Acme chassis. The number 9 is Stefan Carignan out of Winnipeg. The 24, Jordan Sobetsky. He rides a Sobetsky Enterprises entry out of Beausejour. That is a 1991 Polaris. Riding the 35, A 1989 Polaris is Dylan Barron out of Enola. The 15 is Kyle Omachinski from Beausejour. From Murillo, Ontario, the 95 is Jerry LePage. The 965 is Austin Graber from Clear Lake, Minnesota. The number 22 is Warren Liba. Warren is from Bluffton, Alberta. And the 213 is Aaron Davey out of Badger, Minnesota, riding a 1990 Polaris. All right, getting set to go. And here they come. Scheduled to start on the outside, the 213 Aaron Davey out of Badger, Minnesota. Inside of him should be Warren Liba out of Alberta. The 965, I see that sled. That is Austin Graber out of Clear Lake, Minnesota. This is your Pro Formula 500 class, scheduled for 5 laps. Race 15 on the schedule. Well, the 213 of Aaron Davey out of Badger quickly out of this one as he stops the engine on the inside of the front straightaway. Racing down the back straightaway are your leaders now. Followed by Rosentreader. 22, of course, Warren Liba out of Bluffton, Alberta. And we've got a wreck in turn number 2. All right, a little bit of clarification. We reported earlier the 22 was the one that crashed and the 96 went to the pit area. Well, the 22 did not crash, the 96 crashed and ended up in the pit area. So the 22 is on the racetrack. Bruce Rosentreader involved in the crash. Here we go. Race number 15 on your schedule, happening right now on the big half-mile oval. Pro Formula 500s for 5 laps. We already had one done before Rosentreader's crash with the 22 heads on by. 22 Warren Liba is your leader. The Sobetsky Enterprises 24 out of Beausejour. Jordan Sobetsky riding along in the second spot. Former Kitty Cat racer, moving over to the big oval a couple of years ago and doing a real nice job is Jordan Sobetsky on that Sobetsky Enterprises 24. 95 battling with the 15. Kyle Omachinski is out of Beausejour on that number 15. The 95 is Jerry LePage out of Murillo, Ontario. White flag is out. 95 beginning to put some pressure on Sobetsky now. 22 of Warren Liba speeding down the back chute into turn number 3 and 4. Look at this battle for second and third as we come to the checkered flag. The 22 will take the win, Sobetsky, then the 95 of LePage, followed by the 15 of Kyle Omachinski. Great racing there in the Pro Formula 500, race number 15 on your schedule. Next, we will get ready to move to the IFS 440X class, all part of the Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup. That'll be race 16 on your schedule. Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. Well, Jerry Bunke was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 1970s. He tragically lost his life in a racing accident in Beausejour, Manitoba in 1978. To honor the dedication, perseverance, and professionalism that Jerry displayed during his career, we at CPTC are pleased to present the annual Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge Award to the winner of the IFS 440X class. Winner last year, Russell Liba, in fact, a 3-time champion of the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. As we get set to go with the first of that action here today. Russ Liba is on the number 5 out of Warburg, Alberta. The 41 is Tony Autumn from Milton, North Dakota. Tony on his good-looking 79 Arctic Cat. Aboard the 1979 Skidoo out of Enola, Manitoba, 68-year-old number 65 is Norm Chura. 21 is Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. He is on a 79 Skidoo. The 5'11 is Tyson Bizdell from Enola, and the 82 is Brandon Gentz from Iron Ridge, Wisconsin. He will be on a 73 Polaris. So this is race 16, the IFS 440X Jerry Bunke Cup, round 3 for 5 laps. All right, race 16 on the starting line, getting set to go. Next race will be the ATVs, then the Women's Formula 500 race. Good start for the 65 and the 5. Number 5 is the leader. Russell Liba out of Warburg, Alberta, aboard the number 5. Showing the way down the back straightaway. .511 Tyson Bizdell having a good run. Currently in the second spot here in the IFS 440X Jerry Bunke qualifier. In the third spot is the number 21 Tyler Obi from Beausejour. Norm Chura is on the number 65. .160 kilometers per hour. White flag coming out for the number 5 of Russell Liba. And your winner will be the number 5, Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta. 5'11", the 21, and the 65 all come across the line very, very close together. And in that order, good action in race number 16, the IFS 440X class, part of the Jerry Bunke Cup. That was the round 3 race. Well, we have plenty of FXR gear to give away to you great fans today, and we're going to do some trivia. So we need the first 3 people up to the announcer's tower to tell us who is a 3-time champion of the Jerry Bunke Cup. And we'll give you some swag courtesy of FXR. You can come up to the announcer's tower. Who is a 3-time champion of the Jerry Bunke Cup? First 3 people up to the announcer's tower with the correct answer will win some FXR gear. All right, we have one contestant who is a 3-time champion of the Jerry Bunke Cup. You're close. Okay, you are correct. There you go. We've got one winner. I can't tell you the answer yet because we're waiting for 2 more people. Who is a 3-time winner of the Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup? ATV's on the racetrack. And here we go racing. The number 77 is Devin Baines out of St. Anne, Manitoba. The 4, Rob Clark. Riding the 69 is Paul Petrowski. The 108 is Bruce Dean. Cody Bedient is on the 13 out of Marchand, Manitoba. The 34 is Mark Sexton. The 215 is Stefan Wiebe. And the 7 is Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. This battle was all day and all night yesterday between the 215 and the 34. What great action they put on. The 215 is Stefan Wiebe, the 34 Mark Sexton. The 215 got the better of the 34 pretty much all night and all day except for one of the races. So these two were up front and in command yesterday and continue to do so here today. All right, we have 2 FXR racing winners. 117 kilometers per hour in the ATV division for your race leader, the 215. That is Stefan Wiebe. So 2 correct answers on the 3-time Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup champion. Who's going to be the 3rd contestant to win a beautiful FXR water bottle? Here's the battle for the lead. White flag is out. Stefan Wiebe on the number 215, leading into turn number 3 and 4. Mark Sexton going in hard into turn number 3. Checkered flag is out. Your winner, Stefan Wiebe, followed by Mark Sexton. That'll do it for race number 17, the ATV Open. That was round 1 for 5 laps. Ryan Gibson was on the number 7 out of Beausejour, the 1986 Honda. Well, we've given away some FXR gear to a couple of lucky fans. Who's going to be number 3? Who is the 3-time champion of the Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup? I have 2 correct answers. I need 1 more here for some additional FXR gear. Who is the 3-time winner of the Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup? Somebody's got the answer out there. Well, no. No. I'll give you a hint. The initials are RL, and you just saw him race. Okay, we're going to try someone else here. You got her. You got her. All right, the correct answer, 3-time winner of the Jerry Bunke Cup, Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta. So 3 lucky fans going home with some great looking FXR gear so far, but we have plenty more to give away. Russ Liba won the Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup in 2013, 2017, and 2019. Kendra Westland, the women's Formula 500 class getting underway, and the 113 with the whole shot here. Kendra Westland is out of Strathcona, Minnesota on the number 113. Amber Stevens is on the 67 from Tyndall. Emily Stevens also from Tyndall on the 53. The 87 is Madison Phillips from Drayton, North Dakota. The 113 is Hannah Westland from Strathcona. And the 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster. Currently on the racetrack, Madison Phillips in the second spot. Kendra Westland leads it. Hannah Westland third unofficially. Hannah Westland on the 113 trying to close the gap up for second. The 434 is Miranda Peterson in the 4th spot. She is from Lancaster, Minnesota. There's the 67 of Amber Stevens. Race 18 on your schedule on the day. Women's Formula 500 class. This is the final for 5 laps. .131 kilometers per hour, about 79 miles per hour on the previous circuit by your race leader. Around now to take the white flag, that is Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. Phillips holding off Hannah Westland still for the 2nd spot. As your leader now working through turn 3 and 4. Flag. The 113 will win that one. That is Kendra Westland, followed by the 87 of Madison Phillips. Then the other number 113, Hannah Westland, out of Strathcona, Minnesota. That'll do it for race number 18, your women's Formula 500 race. All right, a couple more races before a Quebex intermission break. We will move to the ice bikes once again. The 138 will be Ben Hildebrand, the 108 Bruce Dean, the 19 Cal Dietz will be out of Saskatoon. Riding the 489 is Avery Carr from Lac du Bonnet, and the 14 is Ryan Rondeau from Winnipeg, Manitoba, riding a 2019 Kawasaki. Following this, we'll go to race 20 on the schedule, the Supermod 300 final. All right, some more FXR swag to give away here at the Announcer's Tower. First 3 people up with the correct answer will get some free FXR gear. The question is, we have a racer in the Pro Champ class that has been racing 25 years that will race for the final time on the ice ovals here today. What is that rider's name in the Pro Champ class that will compete today for the final time in his career for FXR gear at the Announcer's Tower? All right, 1 correct answer. We have 3 gifts to give away. That's right. And the 3rd contestant says, you got it. Lucky number 13, Nick Van Stridonk, competing today at the CPTC, looking for his 3rd Canadian championship. Thanks to all our contestants. All 3 got the answer right on the first try. Green flag being displayed in the Ice Bike Open. The 19 leads, followed by the 14 of Rondeau. Great battle up front here between the pair of Kawasaki riders. The 19 is out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. That's Cal Dietz. A 92 Kawasaki. On the 2019 Kawasaki is the number 14 of Ryan Rondeau. 140 kilometers per hour on the previous lap. That is quick, 84 miles an hour. Here comes Rondeau on the inside. And look at Dietz back to the inside. This is a race between the pair of Kawasaki riders in turn number 1 and 2. Ryan Rondeau on the straightaways appears to have the horsepower advantage. As the white flag comes out, signifying one more lap to go here in the ice bikes. .489 in the third spot is Avery Carr from Lac de Bonnie, Manitoba. Riding the number 138 is Ben Hildebrandt out of Stead, Manitoba. And the number 14 taking the checkered flag once again, Ryan Rondeau. Second spot to Cal Dietz out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan on the 1992 Kawasaki. That'll do it for another edition of the Ice Bike Open class. Last race before our Quebec's intermission break, race 20 on the schedule. Supermod 300 final, 5 laps is the distance. 35 is Paul Diefenthaler. He is from Manitowoc, Wisconsin, riding a 1978 Polaris. Aboard a 1973 Polaris, the number 15 is Mark Luco, and he is from Oakbank, Manitoba. The 13 is Kieran Lowen from Altona on a 75 Yamaha. And the 95, Jerry LePage, is from Murillo, Ontario, riding a 1975 Arctic Cat. The 44 is Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul, Manitoba. That is a nice-looking 73 Polaris. And also aboard a 73 Polaris, the 35 is Dylan Barron out of Enola. In race number 20, the Supermod 300 final, 5 laps is the scheduled distance. The 35 on the inside is Paul Diefenthaler from Manitowoc, Wisconsin. The other number 35 on the outside is Dylan Barron. You think with 6 sleds you wouldn't have a repeat number, but we do here. And looking for the green flag. Here we go, we're racing. Good start for both of the 35s. But the black 35 inside, Paul Diefenthaler out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin, will take the win. Rather the whole shot, not the win yet. He's got a good shot at the win, however. He's already got a half a straightaway lead. Oh, wipeout in turn number 3 and 4, but the rider is up. And the sled appears to be in an okay spot. We are still green here. So far, anyway. Looks like Kieran Lowen has stopped on the inside of the front straightaway. Yellow flag being displayed in turn 3 and 4, but we are still under green on the front chute. Number 35, Paul Diefenthaler out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin, leading the 44 of Vic Mazer from West St. Paul, and the 15 of Mark Luco. This is race number 20 on your race schedule, the Supermod 300 final. White flag is out for the number 35, Paul Diefenthaler out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin, riding that 1978 Polaris. Almost perfect here. The 44, second, Vic Mazer from West St. Paul, a 1973 Polaris. Mark Luco is on the 15. 95 is Jerry LePage. Checkered flag for the number 35 of Paul Diefenthaler out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin, taking the 1978 Polaris to victory. Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul on the 73 Polaris will find himself in the second spot. Luco and the 95 of LePage unofficially third and fourth. And that will do it now for race 20, and it is now time for a Quebex intermission break. We invite you down to the concession area underneath the grandstands. They have delicious hot food, hot coffee and hot chocolate, or if you prefer the beer garden, that is open as well. In the beer garden, a full line of 2020 Canadian Power Toboggan Championships promo wear, so do check that out. Grab your t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, toques, all kinds of great stuff available at the CPTC promo wear booth in the beer garden. We're going to take a short break, bring out the Quebec sweepers, and we'll be back with you momentarily. All right, getting ready to go with our next race. They are on track and ready to go. Check, check. All right, race 21 getting set to go. Experiencing some audio problems in the grandstand area. Hopefully you can hear us in the pits and online. And we're racing the 113 Hannah Westland in a great big hurry off the starting line, heading into turn number 1 and 2, and has the lead, does the number 113 of Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota, riding that 1992 Polaris into turn number 3 now. This is the Junior 2 F500 class for 14 to 17-year-olds, the final 5 laps. 158 and the 685 getting at it. That is Hunter Van Reen on the 158. And the 685 is Tanner Davey out of Badger. And we've got an incident over in turn number 2. Looks like a bit of a spin out. Rider's looking pretty much okay, however. So I think we'll have a clean restart of this race. Or will a couple of the riders head back to the pit area? We'll find out momentarily here in race 21. Attention in the pit area, your next race is race 22 and 23, Pro Champ 440 races. Race 24 is the ATV Open class. Race 25, the Pro Lights for round 2. Race 26 is the Supermod 440 final. And race 27 is the Sport Formula 500 class. All right, so we will get a restart on race number 21. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, just working through a few audio problems in the grandstands. We're doing our best to get the amplifiers working properly. Here come your competitors. Riley Baker, our official starter on the front straightaway. Today's event, of course, brought to you by Moosehead, Twisted Tea, FXR, and MacDon. There's the 113 of Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. Hannah Westland on the 113. Rest of the field coming now to the start-finish line for the restart of this race. Looks like the number 158, that is Hunter Van Reen. Race number 21, Junior 2 F500 restart for 14 to 17-year-olds, the final for 5 laps. Pro Champ Racing coming up next. And here we go, a good start once again for the 113 of Hannah Westland. Westland to the inside of turn number 1 and 2, and already heading down the back straightaway here in the Junior 2 F500 class. Great racing for second, third, and fourth. As your leader comes out of turn number 4 under green. Hannah Westland followed by the 158, Hunter Van Reen. Miranda Peterson in the 4th spot on the 434 out of Lancaster, Minnesota, riding that 1989 GPR chassis currently. 126 kilometers per hour on the previous lap, about 77 miles per hour. Hannah Westland in command here on the 158 of Hunter Van Ryan. 434 moving up to the 3rd spot, Miranda Peterson. And your leader will be around to take the white flag next time around. Junior 2 F500 class for 14 to 17-year-olds. Hannah Westland takes the white flag. Hunter Van Ryan. 434 of Peterson trying to hold on to that 3rd spot. Checkered flag, your winner is Hannah Westland in this one. The 158 in the 2nd spot is Hunter Van Ryan out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin. Peterson holds on to the 3rd spot. Miranda Peterson on the 434. Next up, 2 rounds of Pro Champ. Well, we're here with Sam Glure in the Pro F500 class, the rider out of Beausejour, after a bad crash here in December. Sam, can you give us a little bit of an update on your condition and what your plans are in the future?
Well, the hope is to make it back racing again, where hopefully it's an early winter and there's some time to do some testing before racing in December. Leg is healing really good. I was just at the surgeon on Thursday, and we're ahead of schedule with recovery, so.
That was a pretty tough crash, wasn't it, back in December?
Yes, it was. I watch replays of it all the time and just wonder if I had time to get out of the way, and unfortunately I didn't. So.
All right, well, we wish you the best recovery possible, of course, and we look forward to seeing you back racing sometime soon here in Beausejour.
Yeah, thank you very much, and just thank you to everyone in the racing community and then the town of Beausejour for donating and yeah, just everything you guys did for me. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, that's Sam Glure, competitor in the Pro F500 class. Out with a racing injury right now, but looking forward to seeing him coming back and racing in the future. All right, Pro Champs on the line. 3-time TLR Cup Pro Champion Gunnar Stern is on the pole. The 10 is Stephen Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. The 157 is John Henke. The 39, Tom Olson. And Nick Van Stridonk on the 13 with a great start. Side by side with the 220 into turn number 1 and 2. And the 13 followed by the 39 and the 10 here. Race number 22 in the Pro Champ 440 class. Gunnar Stern on the 220, sponsored by Red Bull on the Skidoo, of course. Here come the Pro Champ 440s. 13 and the 39, still second and third here. Gunnar Stern is running the string out on the rest of the field. White flag. Van Stridonk, the Polaris second. Another Polaris, the Wall Brothers Racing 39 of Tom Olson in the third spot. Checkered flag for the number 220 of Gunnar Stern, followed by the 13 and the 39 of Tom Olson. Fourth spot will unofficially go to the number 10 of Stephen Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin, riding the 2019 Skidoo. All right, the 157 in the Pro Champ class with engine problems. That's John Henke out of Amherst Junction, Wisconsin. Scratch the 157 of John Henke for the day. He has some engine trouble. All right, now moving to race number 23, Pro Champ 440s. The 8 is Travis McDonald out of Goner, Manitoba. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson. The Wall Brothers Racing Jimmy John's Polaris FXR 102 is Blaine Stevenson, a 3-time Eagle River World Champion. The 233 is Matt Bennett, and Matt is from New London, Wisconsin on the 2020 Polaris. The 28 is Matt Gady out of Mayer, Minnesota. He's riding a 2018 Skidoo, his first visit to the facility since 2016. And the 75 good-looking machine of Calvin Cook is out of Dayton, Minnesota. That is a wall chassis in race number 23. The 75 Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. All right, so another round of Pro Champ set to come your way, then ATV Open for race 24, then the Pro Lights Super Mod 440 final, then the Sport Formula 500s for race 27. There is Travis McDonald out of Goner, Manitoba on the number 8, sponsored by XPS Lubricants. Blaine Stevenson on the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast 102. Matt Gady on the 28. Calvin Cook on the 75. Travis McDonald with a hole shot, but he's got company here on the outside. Look at him go down the back chute. Good racing action here in the top 3 as they head into turn 3 and 4 in the Pro Champ 440 class. '28, the 8 and the 102, 1, 2, 3 on the track. Of course, quite a few changes to these sleds in 2019 and 20. No carbon fiber or titanium is allowed in the track anymore, saving, well, a ton of money. Changed the weight from 375 to 400 pounds. They are allowed an 8-inch carbide inside. The electronic limiter is gone for traction. And these sleds run VP14 race fuel. Lane Stevenson now coming up inside in turn 1 and 2. That is a great race for first, second, and third. Some of the best snowmobile racers in the world. And they are awful close on the racetrack. Look at that. Check this out, wow. Number 28 of Matt Gady in his first visit to the facility since 2016 will pick up the unofficial win. Matt Gady, a former Asphalt Elite model stock car racer on the ovals. Won Valcourt on Sunday this year, also won the Eagle River World Championship in the vintage class for the 4th time this year, sponsored by Skidoo and the Nicollet National Bank, along with the Ravine Bar and Grill, V-Force Reeds, and Woody's. Matt Gady out of Mayer, Minnesota on the number 28. Looking awful good there. All right, race 24 coming up. ATV Open, round 2 for 5 laps. The 34 will be Mark Sexton. The number 13 is Cody Bedient out of Marchand, Manitoba. Riding the 215 is Stefan Wiebe. The 69 is Paul Petrowski. The 77 is Devin Bainus from St. Anne, Manitoba. The 4, Rob Clark from Beausejour. Riding the 108 is Bruce Dean out of Winnipeg. And the 7 is from Beausejour. This is Ryan Gibson on the number 7, a 1986 Honda. All right, keep your eyes on the 34 of Mark Sexton and the 215 of Stefan Wiebe out of Woodlands, Manitoba. Sexton on the extreme inside. The 215 is 3rd from the inside. Those two riders have battled all weekend long and have been close on the racetrack. Sexton has got the better of the 215 once. And the 215 with the hole shot, Stefan Wiebe. Sexton drops to the 2nd spot after a pretty good start. Couple of Can-Ams up front here. Mark Sexton trying to close the gap. Race number 24 on the track right now on your schedule, the ATV Open, round 2 for 5 laps with the 215 of Stefan Wiebe leading it out of Woodlands, Manitoba. Mark Sexton out of Lorette, 2nd. Strung out, 3rd through about 6th back there. That is the 7. Ryan Gibson, then the 13. That rider is Cody Bedient out of Marchand, Manitoba. That is your unofficial top 5 in the ATV Open race. Still under green on the front chute. 7 holding on to the 3rd spot. Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour on the 86 Honda. Cody Bedient and the 69, Paul Petrowski. Paul is out of Seddon's Corner, Manitoba on a 2009 Can-Am. White flag coming out for your race leader, the number 215 now. That is Stefan Wiebe from Woodlands. Quite a lead now on the 34 of Mark Sexton. Whoa, all kinds of action in turn number 4 as the riders bicycle those ATVs. The 69 really getting at it with the 13 over there. They were playing for keeps. Checkered flag, Stefan Weeb followed by Mark Sexton. Ryan Gibson, third unofficially on the number 7 out of Beausejour. Then the 69 followed by the 13. 69 is Paul Petrowski. The 13, Cody Bedient, coming across the line as well. Number 4 is Rob Clark out of Beausejour on a 2003 Honda. All right, race 25, the Pro Lights on the track. Starting inside, the 115 is out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin. This is Dylan Anagostopoulos. The 87 is Madison Phillips from Drayton, North Dakota. The 26, Quinn Whitechuck from Beausejour. The 88 is Brennan Boxall from Saskatchewan. The 84 is Dalton Fredrickson. Riding the number 5 is Russell Liba from Warburg, Alberta. The 80 is Joe Presta. And I think we've lost one in turn number 1 and 2, and that will slow him down the back straightaway. Looks like the rider is okay. Finishing off our lineup, the 80 is out of Dryden, Ontario. That is Joe Presta. He's going the opposite way down the back straightaway. And the 113 is going to be Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. Round 2, 5 laps of the Pro Lights for race 25. Just looking through the rest of the schedule, we have some scratches. We'll let you know when we get to those races. As far as scratched races, not riders, we're going to scratch race number 34 off your race schedule. That is the Sportsman 600B main. We don't have enough of them, and they will all qualify into the A's. So no more race 34 on your schedule. You can cross that off right now if you like. All right, there's Joe Presta on the number 80. Former Pro Champ 440 rider out of Dryden, Ontario. That number 80 is a 2019 wall chassis. So the Pro Lights on the racetrack now for race 25. Race 26 will be the Super Mod 440 final. Race 27, the Sport Formula 500s. And race 28, Sport Formula 500s. All right, getting ready for the green flag here. Restarting the Pro Lights. 3:34 with a great start. That is Dalton Fredrickson. On your lineup sheet is the number 84. He is the 334, Dalton Fredrickson is. And a false start. All right, some more great FXR gear to give away courtesy of FXR, our corporate sponsor. We've got a nice looking hat, 2 in fact, and a good looking water bottle. To the first 3 fans up to the announcer's tower that can tell me, while there's a rider in the pit area today that has won 2 CPTC Pro Champ 440 championships and 2 Eagle River World Championships, who is that rider? He's here today. He's won 2 Eagle River World Championships and 2 Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Who is that rider? Come up to the announcer's tower and tell me, and I've got some cool FXR swag for you if you give me the right answer. A rider in the Pro Champ division with 2 CPTC and 2 Eagle River World Championships. Somebody coming up in an FXR jacket nonetheless. Here we go, we're racing. Joe Presta on the number 80 is your current leader. Brennan Boxall is on the number 88. One more prize to give away. All right, winner of 2 CPTC championships and 2 Eagle River World Championships, and a guy that's here today looking for a 3rd. Nick Van Stridonk was the answer to the last question. Quinn Whitechuck in the 2nd spot on the FXR number 26. Tried to challenge the 80 of Joe Presta out of Ontario. That wall chassis working to perfection for Joe Presta right now. Well, crash over in turn number 2, so yellow coming out once again. All right, some more FXR gear to give away up at the announcer's tower. This one should be pretty easy. Here is the next trivia question for some great FXR gear. How many years has the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship been in operation? That should be an easy one. Oh, I hear footsteps. You got her? First contestant is right. Just don't give him the pink toque. Here, pink toque to the ladies. You bet. Answer number 2 is correct. What do we have left? A pink toque? Okay, we have a pink toque. How about one of the ladies come up and tell us what running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships is this? For a pink toque. That's right. The correct answer is 58. All right. Pro lights remain on the track after an incident in turn number 1 and 2. So we will try another restart here. Hopefully the PA system is staying up for all you fans in the grandstands here. 2 to go in this race. We are working on the amplifiers throughout the day. So if you do hear a brief delay in audio, we are likely just adjusting the amplifiers, but we will be back with you just as soon as we can. Joe Presta is on the number 80. The 26, Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. The 88, it's Brennan Boxall out of Warman, Saskatchewan. 87, Madison Phillips. The 17 there as well. Good start once again for Joe Presta. Race 25 on the track, the Pro Lights. Did we lose another one? We did in turn 2. Well, the Pro Lights having a little trouble finishing with 2 laps to go as we have another red flag on the track. All right, another relatively easy question coming your way for our next round of FXR trivia. This facility holds 2 events per year for snowmobile racing. Obviously, one is in March, one is in another month. What is the regularly scheduled month besides March that this facility holds races for snowmobiles? We race in March, and we race in what other month? Okay, I hear one correct answer. See, if you don't know the answer, just come up with somebody that does, and you automatically win. There you go, 3 Decembers. We're going to toughen up these questions pretty soon. But we've got lots of FXR gear to give away, so we will continue to do that throughout the day, courtesy of FXR, our corporate sponsor. All right. Cleanup continues over in turn 1 and 2, and we're just coming up with our next FXR trivia question. Don't forget to log on to our website throughout the year at cptcracing.com. You can reach the Facebook page through there as well. Bruce is nice enough to bring up some drinks for us. Fantastic, thanks. Oh, he turned right already. Wrong way, Bruce. All right, more FXR swag to give away real quick. A couple of nice water bottles and a gear bag. Who has won 3 CPTC championships in a row? Okay, Bruce gets prize number 1. Bruce has the right answer. Who has won 3 CPTC championships in a row in the Pro Champ class? Here we go. Yes, that's correct. Great racing up front. Joe Presta's on the outside on that wall chassis, the number 80 out of Ontario, but he has got some fast company. This race is side by side right till the end. Wow. Here they come out of turn number 4 in a race that was filled with incidents. Presta followed by the 26 of Whitechuck and the 88 of Boxall. Phillips on the 87 unofficially 4th. All right, who has won 3 CPTC championships in a row? The number 220, Gunnar Stern. He's here today. So can he make it 4 in a row? That's a question. Can Nick Van Stridonk win his 3rd in his last race ever? Or could Travis McDonald win it for the first time? Lots and lots of possibilities in our final race of the day today. The Canadian Power Toboggan Championship race coming up, race number 48 on the day. That's a little ways away, but we'll have our answers later on in the day, and it's going to be an interesting one. Blaine Stevenson in that race, of course, Tom Olson, all kinds of very talented racers. Matt Gady, Calvin Cook, Matt Bennett. John Henke will be a scratch, unfortunately. Stephen Menke. The list goes on and on of talented riders in the Pro Champ 440 class. And they will be here for race number 48 to decide the 58th Canadian Power Toboggan Champion. Supermod 440 final, 5 laps is a distance for race 26. And a lover of all things Rupp. That is a 1975 Rupp 440 on the pole. The 171 is out of Polonia, Wisconsin. This is Bill Elvis Stahl. Alongside him on the number 35 is Paul Diefenthaler out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin. That is a 78 Polaris. Riding the 179 is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. The 34 is Colton Newolny out of Medford, Wisconsin. Riding the number 50 is Eric Ruland out of Blaine, Minnesota on a 77 Arctic Cat. The 82 is Brandon Jentz. Brandon is from Iron Ridge, Wisconsin. And Nathan Foyt out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Rides the number 83. Number 50 looking good. Heads up, we've got a crash in turn number 1 and 2. Rider up on his knees already, as this race will get slowed down on the back straightaway. Well, we believe we heard on the radio Bill is okay, and the only Bill in that race is Bill Elvis Stahl out of Polonia, Wisconsin on the 75 Rupp 440. And that sled looks to be red from this vantage point, and that would be the Rupp red of Bill Stahl. Rest of the riders over in turn number 4. All right. So it looks like the Rupp heading back to the pit area in the Supermod 440 final. 5 laps, the scheduled distance for this one. Want to thank FXR, Moosehead Twisted Tea, and MacDon for all their help and support in this 2020 event here on the half-mile oval in Beausejour. Don't forget, Beer Garden remains open throughout the day. You can get your CPTC promo wear over there and an ice-cold one. Enjoy the races in heated comfort. The concession area is open. And if you're hungry or thirsty, they've got you covered underneath the grandstand area. Food is delicious here. Paul Diefenthaler out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin on the 35 joins the front line. Jason Mackey on the 179, the 34, Colton Niewalny. Eric Ruland on the number 50. The 82, Brandon Gentz. The 83 of Nathan Voigt. Nathan out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Great start for the number 34. Colton Niewalny right off the starting line with a handful of throttle as they battle through turn number 2. They are close. 3 wide down the back straightaway. And we've got a rider waving his arm on the back chute. One of the top 5 dropping out and stopping at the top of the racetrack in turn number 3. 34, 35, and 82, your top 3. 83 is 4th. This one's scheduled for 5 laps in the Supermod 440 final. .143 kilometers per hour, about 86 miles per hour. Somebody down on the back straight, stopped on the inside of the back straightaway. One more to go for the number 34 on the racetrack. Colton Niewalny being pursued by the 82 of Brandon Gentz. Nathan Voigt on the 83 has stopped. This is race 26 on your schedule. And winner is the number 34, Colton Niewalny. Out of Iron Ridge, Wisconsin on the 73 Polaris, unofficially second. He is number 82. So we will need our safety crew and recovery crew out to the racetrack to lend a hand to the rider in turn number 3 and the rider on the exit of turn number 2. We'll be back with the lineup in the Sport Formula 500 race for race 27 here in just a few moments. Well, we'd like to give a big shout out to Mike Emerson, who is the mechanic and Pro Champ sled builder of the 28 sled, competed with Matt Gady this weekend. Want to say that his daughter Haley is back home in Vermont, USA, and is watching and is super proud of him for all his hard work this race season. Matt Gady comes here since, well, the first time since 2016. Nice to have him and his crew member and sled builder here as we get set to go with more racing action here in Beausejour. All right, here we go. Race 27, Sport Formula 500, round 5, heat 1 for 5 laps. 113 is Hannah Westland. Scratch the 32V of John Vahovic and JP Bennett from this race. The 223 is Adam Braun. The 964 is Colton Graber. The 35, Dylan Barron. The 965 is Austin Graber. DJ Saluk is out of Beausejour on the 16. And Amber Stevens is on the 67. Getting set to go. Here we go. Good start for the 113 and the 964 as they head off into turn number 1. In the 113, 1, 2, 3. Colton Graber leads it. Austin Graber second. And the 113, Hanno Westland is third on the racetrack. This is race 27 on your schedule, Sport Formula 500s. Race 28 will be another edition of this class. Then race 29 will be a Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan final. White flag coming out this time around in race 27. 964 of Colton Graber continues to lead, followed by the 965. In second, and third is Hanno Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota on her 1992 Polaris. Those are your top three, virtually unchanged since the start of the race. Checkered flag for the 964, Colton Graber. Austin second. Westland, 223 is fourth. That is Adam Braun. The 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. Hunter Van Reen out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin on the 158 comes to the line. The 9, the 685, the 22. Shackelford on the 446. And the 19, Scott Wagner. And here we go, we're racing. 22, Warren Liba. Shackelford, then the 685 third. Tanner Davey out of Badger, Minnesota on that number 685 in the third spot. That is a 1999 Polaris, or rather the 1990 Polaris. 1990 Polaris for the 685. Scott Wagner has had a good day on the number 19 out of Prada, Manitoba. That is an 89 Polaris. This is race 28 on your schedule, the Sport Formula 500 class. Continues to lead, Warren Liba. Shackelford, then the number 19 of Scott Wagner out of Prada, Manitoba. White flag coming out this time around, indicating one more lap to go. Next race, race 29, will be the last before a grooming break. In the 5th spot is the number 158 currently. That is Hunter Van Reen out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin. 134 kilometers per hour on the previous lap. About 80 miles an hour, 81 maybe. Checkered flag for the 22. Shackelford will take second spot on the works crankshaft, number 446. Shackelford out of Oakville, Manitoba, with a nice run in race 28. The Sport Formula 500 class. That was round 5, heat 2, and the distance was 5 laps. Okay, the final race before another Quebec's grooming break, the race 29 coming up, is Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid Cooled, and 440 Fan Final. 5 laps will be the distance in this one. Riding the 233 is Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin. That is a 77 Yamaha. The 509 is Albert Ratty from Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And Albert is on a 1975 Mercury. The 14 is Alex Manchelenko out of Dufrost, Manitoba, a 79 Motoski. And the 31 is Dwayne Lassen from Creighton, Saskatchewan, on a 1976 Merc. Scratch the 15 of Sheldon Carlson out of North Dakota. The 23, Will Manchelenko, will race. He is from St. Malo on a 1980 Skidoo and riding a 1982 Polaris. The 99 is Ed Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota. Ed Lurkey on the 99. This is a 1982 Polaris. Not far from here in Hallock, Minnesota. All right, getting set to go racing. I do not see the 99 of Ed Lurkey on the racetrack. Oh, maybe he is in the middle there. Scheduled to start on the outside. Here we go, we're racing. Good start for the 233. Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin on the 77 Yamaha. Racing into turn 3 and 4 now here in the Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan Final. 1 down, 4 to go here. Will Manchelenko in second. Alex Manchelenko on the number 14 out of Dufrost, third. Last race before a Quebec's intermission break. .509 making a race out of this for the 3rd spot. That's Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert on a 1975 Mercury. .118 kilometers per hour, about 70 miles an hour on the previous circuit by your leader. Following intermission, the first race up, race 30, will be the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class. White flag for the number 233, Matt Bennett. Will Manchelenko second on the 23, Alex Manchelenko third on the number 14 out of Dufrost, Manitoba. 3rd spot, Alex Manchelenko, the number 14 on a 1979 Motoski. And your winner is going to be Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin on the 77 Yamaha. The Manchelenko second and third. The 509 of Ratty out of Prince Albert is fourth. The 509 Albert Ratty unofficially fourth in the Superstock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan final. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is now time for a grooming break brought to you by Cubex. We're going to clean up the track and get ready for race number 30. Getting closer to the end of the day with a total of 48 races scheduled. Actually 47 now with the cancellation of race 34. We invite you over to the concession area, get yourself something hot to eat or warm to drink, and check out the beer garden. We'll be back with you in just a few moments here in Beausejour. All right, getting set now for race number 30. We're back with the Junior Stock Fan 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. 5 laps will be the distance. Add to this race the number 59 of Hunter Johnson. Also in this one, the 30, Jocelyn Rathke. The 434, Miranda Peterson. The 199 is Lawrence Egg out of Greenbush. The 53 is Alyssa Gusta from Stead, Manitoba. Riding the 23, Dylan Fox is out of Balmoral, Manitoba. And the 70 is Wyatt Mitchell out of Stonewall. Coming up after this race, a pair of Pro Champ heats. Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class getting set to roll here. Race number 30. 199 with a great start. That is Lawrence Egg out of Greenbush, Minnesota, the Egg Farms entry. Getting a little squirrely in turns number 1 and 2, but gathers it up and heads down the racetrack. Pro Champ 440s will follow this race, a pair of heats. So if you're in the Pro Champ 440 class, we need you in staging immediately. This Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class scheduled for 5 laps for 13 to 17-year-olds. 1 down for Lawrence Egg. Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin is second on the number 30. That is a 1999 Polaris Jocelyn's on. Looks like Lawrence Egg out of Greenbush is pulling away here. Green flag being displayed by Riley Baker on the front straightaway. Third spot is the number 23. That's Dylan Fox. The 59 and the 434 are 4th and 5th. 59. We're in race 30, and the 59, of course, Hunter Johnson in the top 5. Brought to you by FXR, Twisted Tea, Moosehead, and MacDon. Riding the 434, Miranda Peterson. 53 is Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, the Gusta Sod Farm sponsored 53. The 70 is Wyatt Mitchell out of Stonewall on a 1999 Polaris. White flag is out for the leader. Checkered flag, the 199 will take the win, followed by the 30 and the 23. Almost a crash on the front chute there as the 23 comes up to the checkered flag. That is Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba on the 2003 Polaris. All right, coming up, Pro Champ 440, round 3, heat 1 for 5 laps. And riding in this one, race number 31, the 8 is Travis McDonald out of Goddard, Manitoba. He is on the 2000 XPS Lubricants Skidoo. The 75 is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on a 2016 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. And the 102 of Blaine Stevenson is out of Hutchinson, Minnesota, riding for Wall Brothers Racing, Polaris, Jimmy Johns, and FXR. The 220 is G-Money Gunner Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. He is on the 2020 Red Bull Skidoo. And the 233 will be Matt Bennett out of New London, Wisconsin on a 2020 Polaris. Pro Champ 440 racing coming your way, our premier class here. This class will race for the Canadian Championship for race number 48 on your schedule. All right, let's take a look as we get set to go racing. Good side-by-side action into turn number 1 and 2. Lane Stevenson battling for the lead here. Great action up front, wow. Gunner Stern on the 220 with a slight advantage over the 102. That was how it finished last night in the main event. The conclusion of the USSA Point Series last night here in Beaujeu at about 9:30 at night. That was race number 52 on the day and night for yesterday, and that was a great race. Travis McDonald on the 8, followed by the 233 and the 75 of Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Those are your top 5 and only 5 here in this race, race 31 of the Pro Champ 440s. White flag coming out this time around in race 31 in the Pro Champ 440 class. Stern, Stevenson, McDonald, your top 3 and all in contention. Well, since the sun went down yesterday, Gunner Stern has gotten particularly fast around this racetrack. Never a slouch, certainly, but certainly got faster. And he has continued. Gunner Stern takes the win. Stevenson and McDonald are in the top 3 in this one. Matt Bennett and Calvin Cook round out the top 5 in race 31 on your schedule, the Pro Champ 440 class. We'll bring you the lineup in race 32 momentarily. We do know, however, already that the 157 of John Henke out of Amherst Junction is a scratch. Race 32 coming up on the racetrack. The 10 will be Stephen Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin. He is aboard a 2019 Skidoo. Riding the Wall Brothers Racing number 39 out of Greenbush, Minnesota. Also sponsored by Jimmy Johns, FXR, and Polaris. This 39 is Tom Olson. The number 13 is Nick Van Stridonk, getting closer to his final race in his 25th year. Will retire after this season. 2-time CPTC champion so far. And a 2-time Eagle River World Champion, Nick Van Stridonk out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin on the number 13. And out of Mayer, Minnesota, Matt Gady on the number 28 on the extreme outside. So 4 racers for 5 laps in race 32. Here we go. Looks like Matt Gady around the outside. He sweeps that number 28 around in grand fashion. And what a nice job off the outside of the front straightaway. Tom Olsen on the 39 is second. Van Strydonk third. Stephen Mankey on the 10 is fourth. Keep your eyes on Van Strydonk on the inside. Van Strydonk with a great pass. 162 kilometers per hour. About 97, 98 miles an hour. White flag is out. Matt Gady looking pretty strong here on the number 28. He is out of Mayer, Minnesota on the 2018 Skidoo. Last year in 2016. But he hasn't forgotten this place. Matt Gady takes the win. Van Strydonk second. The 39. Sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. Olsen is third, and the 10 is fourth. That is Stephen Mankey. Stephen Mankey out of Lodi, Wisconsin on the 2019 Skidoo, coming home in the fourth spot. All right, moving on to race 33, just going through the lineup here. This is your Sport Formula 500 final. 7 laps is the distance. Add the number 9 of Stefan Carrington into this one on the 91 Skidoo. Also in this one, the number 22 is Warren Liba. The 964 Colton Graber is from Clear Lake, Minnesota. The 446 is Mike Shackelford. The 19 Scott Wagner. Riding the 223 is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. The 965 is Austin Graber. The 685 is Tanner Davey. The 158 is Hunter Van Reen out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin. And the 16 is out of Beausejour. That is DJ Saluk. Sport Formula 500 final. This will be a good one in race 33. Let's watch them go. Here we go. Bad start for the 19, but a great start for the 22. Number 1 into the first corner goes the number 22 of Warren Liba out of Bluffton, Alberta. Out of turn 4 comes your leaders now in this 7-lap race. 964 in the second spot is Colton Graber. The 965 is Austin Graber. Both riders from Clear Lake, Minnesota. Right now, it is all about the number 22 out of Bluffton, Alberta, a 1990 Polaris ridden by Warren Liba. He leads it in turn 3 and 4. 2 down this time around, 5 to go. Certainly the 964 putting up a fight. Colton Graber out of Clear Lake, Minnesota, not giving up on the leader, the 22 of Warren Liba. Whoop, heads up. All kinds of action in turn 3 and 4. The race going on for the top 3 here, almost halfway through. One of the riders with a cone underneath the sled on the outside of the front straightaway. Cone wedged in the front of the sled. 22.964, 965. Shackelford 4th. The 223 of Adam Braun is 5th. We think that sled is out of harm's way. There's the orange cone. He looks like he's mad at it. Well, it didn't hit him. '22 of Warren Liba continues to dominate this race. White flag coming out next time around. The 964 is Colton Graber. 965, Austin Graber. All in the top 3. Take a look over here now on the front chute. White flag is out, 1 to go. Warren Liba out of Bluffton, Alberta on the 1990 Polaris. Into turn 3 and 4 now. Checkered flag is on the front straightaway and ready for the race winner. And it's going to be the 22, followed by the 964, 965, the 446 of Shackelford, and the number 19 of Scott Wagner out of Prada, rounding out the top 5. Nice run by Warren Liba out of Bluffton, Alberta, getting it figured out. As the 685 comes across the finish line, Tanner Davey out of Badger dislodges the orange cone from underneath the belly pan and heads on down the racetrack. That'll do it for race 33 in the Sport Formula 500 class. Well, if you're looking on your schedules right now, race 34, the B main will be canceled for the Sportsman 600. So we will move right to race 35. Race 35 scheduled to be your Pro Mod 340, Super Mod 340 final. 44 will be Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul, Manitoba. The 65 Norm Chura is out of Enola. We do have some scratches for race 35. Scratch the 155. And the 72 of Ryan Fleischacker. The 171 will be Bill Elvis Stahl out of Polonia, Wisconsin on the RUP. The 83 is Nathan Foyt out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. 35 is Paul Diefenthaler. The 82 is Brandon Jentz. And the 522 will be Bruce Whitnabell out of Mayville, Wisconsin on a 73 Polaris. So it looks like Fleischacker on the 72 and the 155 of Carter Herman are scratched from race 35. This is 5 laps. The final for the Pro Mod, Super Mod 340s. .522 with the hole shot as they race through turns number 1 and 2. They are close. Bruce Whitnabell out of Mayville, Wisconsin aboard the 522. That is a 1973 Polaris. We are racing race number 35 on your schedule, the Pro Mod 340, Super Mod 340 final. Next up will be a couple of races in the Pro Formula 500 class for race 36 and 37. The 83 and the 35 having a battle. Nathan Foyt out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Paul Diefenthaler out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin on that 35, which is a 78 Polaris, according to our lineup sheets. 131 kilometers per hour, about 80 miles an hour on the previous lap from your leaders. Number 35, Paul Diefenthaler out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin, in a great big hurry as he leads this 5-lap final. But he's got company all the way down the back straightaway. Some great racing action today brought to you by FXR, Moosehead, Twisted Tea, and MacDon, and we expect a lot more great racing action. Checkered flag coming out this time around. The race is in turn 3 and 4. And it is a good one coming down to the checkered flag. Winner is the number 35, Paul Diefenthaler. Good race for 3rd and 4th spot between the 5.22 of Bruce Wittenabel, who has had a great weekend. In fact, Bruce Wittenabel out of Mayville, Wisconsin, has been very consistent in that Pro Mod Super Mod 340 race each and every time he gets out there. All right, we have been through the lineup in race 36 so far as they come now to the starting line. First one there is the Sobetsky Enterprises sponsored number 24 of Jordan Sobetsky, developing into a very, very strong oval track racer here. .446, Mike Shackelford is out of Oakville, Manitoba. Madison Phillips on the 87. 95 of Jerry LePage. 9 of Stefan Kerrigan joins the party. Brian Healy on the 48. Oh, Shackelford a little itchy on the starting line. All right, he will go to the back now, second row. And here we go. Good start for the number 48 on the 87. Brian Healy on the number 48 will get the whole shot around the outside on the 87. That is Madison Phillips out of Drayton, North Dakota. Side by side down the back chute as these riders jockey for position. The leader is Brian Healy out of Lorette. Sobetsky inside of the 87 of Madison Phillips. The Sobetsky Enterprises 24, second on the racetrack right now. But right now it is all Brian Healy on the number 48. That is a 1989 Polaris, and he is showing the way in convincing fashion. This race scheduled for 5 laps. .95 in the 4th spot. That is the veteran Jerry LePage. Good battle going on for 4th and 5th spot. That continues on the racetrack as your leader is around now to collect the white flag. 1 lap to go for race leader Brian Healy. Jordan Sobetsky, Phillips, LePage still doing battle. 137 kilometers per hour on the previous circuit, about the 81 mile per hour mark. Checkered flag, Brian Healy will win it. Sobetsky will be second. Phillips and close between LePage and Shackelford, rounding out the top 5 in your Pro Formula 500 race. All right, coming up next, race 37, Pro Formula 500 once again. One of our most competitive classes here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. And here they roll out of the pit area, all the way from Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. A 2,300-kilometer journey, 32-hour drive for the rider of the number 3, Danik Lambert, out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. The 964 is Colton Graber from Clear Lake, Minnesota, not quite as far as Quebec. The 22 is Warren Leba from Bluffton, Alberta. The 35 is out of Enola, Manitoba. This is Dylan Barron. The 113 is Kendra Westland. The 17 is Jared Sackvey from Beausejour. The 84 is Dalton Fredrickson. He will be on the 334 for this race, not the 84, so change your lineup sheets. Dalton Fredrickson on the 334. And Dalton is out of Thief River Falls, Minnesota, on a 1989 Arctic Cat. The 34 is Colton Niewolny out of Medford, Wisconsin. And the 213 is Aaron Davey, but he will be a scratch. Aaron Davey, a scratch in race 37. Getting set to go, race 37 before the ice bikes. Colton Niewolny out of Medford, Wisconsin on the 1990 Polaris, number 34 on the outside of the pack. And we're going to go racing here. Race 37 on your schedule momentarily. The green is down, and we've got a jumper. '22 Warren Leba, and the 113 Kendra Westland. I'm not sure if they're both going to go to the back yet, or just one of them. All right, so they're going to stagger them. So the 22 apparently the worst offender, the 113 the second worst offender, and the rest of them are all clean on the front row. Oh, heads up, we got a crash in turn number 2. The rider sitting up with his hands up, so I believe the rider is okay. We'll try to get you a number and a name from that sled. Looked like that rider high-sided, the hood kind of blowing around in turn number 2, separated from the snow machine. Okay, looks like Colton Niewolny out of Medford, Wisconsin involved. That rider is okay, however, as our recovery team goes immediately to work. They do a great job all weekend long, each and every year. All of our volunteers here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, a big part of what happens here. Lots of planning, even throughout the summer months for our December show. You want to be sure and log on to cptcracing.com to keep up with the entire schedule, what's coming up for December, and of course for next March. Tough break for Colton Niewolny, a very strong competitor in the Pro Formula 500 class. Here in race 37, high sides it in turn number 2, and we'll head back to the pit area as we get set to restart this race. This one was scheduled for 5 laps. I'm sure we don't have a single one in yet, so should go back to a complete restart here. Danik Lambert out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec, the first one to the line on the number 3. Races F500 and Sportsman 600 both. First time here ever, 18 years racing on the east coast of Canada. Started out on a 1972 Snow Chief back in the day. Then moved to a junior 340 class. He won the 2014 Junior F500 for 14 to 15-year-olds at Eagle River. Also a world champion in 2018 in Eagle River for the semi-pro division. Sponsored by Mary's Hangout, Transport MS. and took the 32-hour drive from just about Montreal to get here. Looks like a little cleaner through turn 1 and 2 this time around. This Pro Formula 500 race scheduled for 5 laps. Dalton Frederickson, the leader on the 3-3-4 out of Thief River Falls, Minnesota. He has been setting a torrid pace here all weekend long at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Kendra Westland being pursued by the number 17 of Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour. They are in the top 3 here. What a job so far by Dalton Frederickson. He is here to win on that 89 Arctic Cat out of Thief River. White flag, 1 to go for the 3-3-4, your leader. And the Pro Formula 500 race wraps up. Your winner is the 3-34 Dalton Frederickson. Kendra Westland, then the 17, that is Jared Sackvey, followed by Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on the 91 Polaris all the way from Quebec. Race 37 is now in the books. Coming up next, race 38, the Ice Bike Open Final for 5 laps. And then we'll go to a Quebec's intermission break. And here's the lineup for the Ice Bikes. The 19 is Cal Dietz from Saskatoon. Riding the number 14 is Ryan Rondeau. The first 2 riders both on Kawasaki's, and both have dominated that Ice Bike class this weekend. The 108 is Bruce Dean from Winnipeg. The 138 is Ben Hildebrand from Stead. And the 489 is Avery Carr out of Lac du Bonnet, Manitoba. Avery on a 2016 Yamaha. Race 38, the Ice Bike Open Final. 5 laps is the distance. This likely will be a battle between the 2 Kawasaki's once again. Cal Dietz out of Saskatoon on the 19 and Ryan Rondeau on the 14 out of Winnipeg. All right, green flag, here we go. Bull shot for the number 19 of Cal Dietz, but keep your eyes on the 14, who is dead last right now, but likely not for long. The 19 in the number 1 spot, that's Cal Dietz. The 14 already into second. That's Ryan Rondeau. Following this race, we'll go to a Quebec's grooming break. The 19 of Cal Dietz continues to lead into turn number 3, but Ryan Rondeau slowly closing the gap here as they race through turn 3 and 4. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Look at the race over in turn number 1 and 2. Wow. Rondeau has got him. (143 kilometers per hour on 2 wheels. That is quick. Number 19 of Cal Dietz has not given up just yet as Ryan Rondeau continues to lead, but the 19 is right there ready to strike. White flag coming out this time around. 1 more lap to go in the Ice Bike Open final. 4 down, 1 to go. Look at this race to the finish line. They are now in turn 3 and 4. Rondeau on the number 14 has had the better of the 19 all weekend long. And here they come to the checkered flag. Your winner, Ryan Rondeau. Second spot to the 19 of Cal Dietz out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. .489 is third. Avery Carr from Lac du Bonnet, Manitoba. That is a 2016 Yamaha. That is your top 3 in the Ice Bike Open final. And the 138 will come across the line. Ben Hildebrand out of Stead, Manitoba on the 2009 Honda. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time for a Quebec's intermission break. Get on over to the concession. Get yourself something hot to eat or hot to drink. Also, the beer garden is open. Don't forget, following today's races, of course, we will head on over to the community hall for the banquet. Check presentation and trophy presentation, all part of this 58th running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, brought to you by FXR, Moosehead, Twisted Tea, and MacDon. So we're going to take a grooming break right now, and we will be back momentarily. All right, race 39 coming up, your Pro Lite final for 7 laps. The 26 is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. The number 80 is Joe Presta in his 35th anniversary since he won the 1985 Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Joe Presta out of Dryden on the 80. The 88 is Brennan Boxall. The 334 is Dalton Fredrickson. The 87, Madison Phillips. The 113 is Kendra Westland. Scratch the 115 of Dylan and Agostopoulos. And the 5 is Russ Leba. Here we go. Joe Presta won the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship in 1985. He is now in the Pro Lite division here and leading this one 35 years later. That's pretty cool. .334 is Dalton Fredrickson out of Thief River Falls, Minnesota. Pressing hard in this 7-lap final for Pro Lites. Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour on the FXR number 26, currently in the 3rd spot. So far, Joe Presta out of Dryden has this one figured out on that good-looking wall chassis. Looks like Leba might be out of this one. .160 kilometers on the previous circuit. 160 kilometers per hour. Presta, Fredrickson, and Whitechuck. Then the 88 is Boxall out of Warman, Saskatchewan. That is a 2014 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. The 87, Madison Phillips is out of Drayton on a 2017 Hooper. Side-by-side racing down the back straightaway into turn number 3 and 4. Whitechuck on the number 26, looking pretty strong. White flag to the leader, that is Joe Presta. Dalton Fredrickson drops to the third spot as a result of the pass on the part of the 26 of Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Whitechuck on a 2012 wall chassis. Winner, Joe Presta, followed by Whitechuck. The 334 of Fredrickson in the third spot. Boxall fourth out of Saskatchewan. Brennan Boxall on the 88 out of Warman, Saskatchewan, a 2014 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. And the 87 Madison Phillips unofficially in the top 5 out of Drayton, North Dakota on the 2017 Hooper Johnson Racing entry. Good battle there. Race number 39, the Pro Lite final. Joe Presta picking up the win in the Pro Lights. 35 years after winning the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. If you picked up that color program, you can see all the previous winners of the CPTC race, and that is fast company on that page, no question about that. And Joe Presta won it in 1985. Pretty neat. Race 40 coming up next. Sportsman 600 final, 7 laps is the distance. The number 50 is Eric Ruland out of Blaine, Minnesota. He'll be on a 1999 Arctic Cat. The 39 is Brett Keelback from West Pine Ridge, Manitoba. And Brett is riding a 1994 Polaris. The 15 out of Beausejour is Kyle Omachinski. The 3 out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec is the 3 of Danik Lambert. The 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. Adam Braun is on the 223. The 23 is Will Manchelenko. The 13 is John Hall. And the 19 is Scott Wagner out of Prada, Manitoba. That is an 89 Polaris. Sportsman 600 final. A rider to keep an eye on, of course, is Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. He rides the number 3. According to our lineup sheets, is scheduled to start in the middle of the pack here on the front line. 32-hour drive to get here to Beausejour, his first time ever, and of course, he would love to win this Sportsman 600 final. That is the number 3, Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Won the 2014 Eagle River World Championships in the Junior F500 class for 14 to 15-year-olds. Also won the 2018 Eagle River World Championship in semi-pro. He's on the blue number 3 in the middle of the pack. Sponsored by Mary's Hangout, Transport MS. 18 years racing. Started out on a 1972 Snow Chief many years ago. Then graduated to the Junior 340 class. Lots of sleds. Not much room in turn 1. Getting set to go racing. Here we go. Tight quarters in turn number 1 and 2, but all the riders so far getting through there. And a good clean start as we race to turn number 3. The Sportsman 600 final scheduled for 7 laps. 16 in the 50 doing battle. DJ Saluk is out of Beausejour and leading this one. Eric Ruland out of Blaine, Minnesota in the second spot on the 1999 Arctic Cat. So it is the 16, the 50, the 39 and the 15. The 39, of course, Brett Keelback from West Pine Ridge. The 15 is Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. So some local boys doing a real nice job here in the Sportsman 600 final. 7 laps is the total distance. 5th place is the 23. That is Will Manchelenko. Danik Lambert behind him on the number 3 out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. 149 kilometers per hour on that previous lap. About 90 miles an hour. '15 and the 39 having a great battle out there. 39 Brett Keelback from West Pine Ridge. The 15 Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour on the 2000 Polaris. White flag coming out in the Sportsman 600 final. The number 16 is the leader, DJ Saluk. Then the 50 of Eric Ruland and the 39 of Brett Keelback. Those are your top three riders so far with less than a lap to go in the Sportsman 600 final. Checkered flag is out. Your winner, DJ Saluk. Nice run on the 2000 Polaris. The 50 of Eric Ruland second. The 39 of Keelback third. Then the 3 of Danek Lambert. The 15 of Omachinski will round out the unofficial top 5. Race number 40 on your schedule. The Sportsman 600 final is done, and a great job by the local, the 16 DJ Saluk out of Beausejour, winning aboard that 2000 Polaris. All right, race 41 coming up with some elite riders. Pro Formula 3 final. New class for 2019 and 20. Said one day to be the World Championship class. It was supposed to be next year in Eagle River. However, they are not sure the class is growing as fast as they would like, so they have gone back to the Pro Champs in Eagle River for 2021 and the Eagle River World Championships. So race 41 in the F3 division looks like this. The number 8 is Travis McDonald, the local out of Goner, Manitoba. The 13, Nick Van Stridonk, in his final ride aboard a Pro Formula 3. And this one is for sale, as is all of his equipment. The 39 is sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, Jimmy John's Polaris, and FXR. The 39 is Tom Olson out of Greenbush, Minnesota. And the 220 is G-Money Gunnar Stern, 3-time CPTC and TLR Cup champion Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago on the number 220. So a 4-horse race here in race number 41 in the Pro Formula 3 final. 5 laps will be the distance in this one. As we talked about, a new class for 2019 and 20 is the Pro F3 class stock chassis based on a snowcross chassis. They can make some adjustments, of course, an oval skid and different A-arms. 600 stock engine with no mods, 8-inch carbide, and no titanium allowed anywhere. Nice start for the number 39. A little bit sideways. Tom Olson on the number 39, the Wall Brothers Racing Jimmy John's Polaris FXR. Number 39 is pretty strong in the F3 division. Wall Brothers have that sled running strong. Gunnar Stern second. Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. No stranger to victory lane. A little bit tricky in turn number 1 and 2 as the sleds go a little bit sideways upon entry. I was talking with many of these pro riders in the pit area throughout the weekend, and they indicated that these F3 sleds are handling much better than they did in December, but they still don't handle like their Pro Champ sleds. Travis McDonald, Gunnar Stern, and Nick Van Stridonk on the number 13. Your top 4. White flag coming out in this 5-lap race. 4 down, 1 to go. Travis McDonald is in a hurry here, and he is putting pressure on the number 39. Take a look in turn 1 and 2 as they almost get together. Travis McDonald, the local boy out of Goner, Manitoba, on the number 8 into the first spot. Into turn number 3 and 4 they go. Checkered flag is on the front straightaway. This is going to be a close one. Your winner, Travis McDonald. Tom Olson out of Greenbush, second. Gunnar Stern, followed by Nick Van Stridonk on the number 13. What a great job by the XPS Lubricants number 8 of Travis McDonald. Lives not far from here, has been active in snowmobile racing for many years. Former go-kart racer. 2016 Valcourt winner. And he'll be looking to win the Canadian Championship in the Pro Champ class coming up soon. But a nice win in the Pro F3 class. He is sponsored by FXR Woodies, XPS Lubricants, Skidoo, Ryback Custom Machine. Finished 3rd in the Pro Champ class in Eagle River this year. And won F3 in Valcourt. Well, he wins it here in Beausejour. All right, so that was your Pro Formula 3 final for race number 41. Race 42 coming in up next, your Pro Formula 500 final for 7 laps. We do have a scratch. Colton Niewalny, the number 34 out of Medford, is a scratch. 48 is Brian Healy out of Lorette. The 334, Dalton Fredrickson, is from Thief River Falls. The number 3 is Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 22 is Warren Liba from Bluffton, Alberta. Riding the 113 is Kendra Westland from Strathcona, Minnesota. The 95 is Jerry LePage. The 87, Madison Phillips, is from Drayton. Colton Graber is out of Clear Lake, Minnesota, and Colton is on the 964. The 17 is Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour. It's race 42 on your schedule, the Pro Formula 500 final for 7 laps. Race 42 on the track of a total of 48 on the schedule. All right, Riley looks them over at the starting line in this race number 42. Pro Formula 500 final for 7 laps. Lots of great riders in this one. Here we go. Looks like Brian Healy on the inside on the number 48 as they head on down the back straightaway. 334 on the move. That is Dalton Fredrickson. Dalton is out of Thief River Falls, Minnesota on a 1989 Arctic Cat in this race. Right now it is the number 17, Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour, showing the way in the Pro Formula 500 final, one of the most competitive classes here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Healy leads, the 334 rolls up into the second spot. Dalton Fredrickson pushing the number 17 of Sackvey to the third spot, at least temporarily. Dalton Fredrickson on the 334 trying to get to work now on your leader, Brian Healy from Lorette, Manitoba. Healy has had a real good weekend. Danik Lambert is 4th on the number 3 out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. 2,300 kilometers from here. Look on the outside. Fredrickson is on the move. New leader, the 3-3-4. Dalton Fredrickson getting this thing figured out in a hurry. Brian Healy dropping to the second spot on the number 48. Jared Sackvey running third out of Beausejour on the number 17. That is a 1989 Polaris in turn 3 and 4. Green flag being displayed still on the front chute for Fredrickson. Healy has his work cut out for him now in the second spot. Fifth is the 964, Colton Graber. The 22 is sixth. That is Warren Liba out of Bluffton, Alberta. Good battle into turn number 3 now as your leaders come out of turn 4 to take the white flag. Fredrickson, then Healy, then the 17 of Sackvey and the 3 of Danik Lambert. Look at the battle in turn 1 and 2 now. Checkered flag is waving. Dalton Fredrickson will win, followed by the 48. Then the 17. That is Sackvey, Lambert, and the 964 will round out the top 5. The 964, of course, Colton Graber from Clear Lake, Minnesota on the 1989 Polaris, while the Pro Formula 500 class, certainly super competitive, and we all saw it there. In race number 42, the Pro Formula 500 class always putting on a great show, and did so once again. Moving next to four wheels, race 43, the ATV Open final for 5 laps. The 77 will be Devin Bainus out of St. Anne, Manitoba. Riding the 69 is Paul Petrowski out of Seddon's Corner. The 13 is Cody Bedient from Marchand, Manitoba. Riding the 108, this is Bruce Dean from Winnipeg. The 215 is Stefan Wiebe from Woodlands. The 7 is Ryan Gibson, and Ryan is out of Beausejour. Also out of Beausejour, Manitoba, the number 4 is Rob Clark, and the 34 is Mark Sexton out of Lorette West. Definitely the riders to watch in race 43, the 34 of Sexton and the 215 of Stefan Wiebe in your ATV Open final. All right, race 43 scheduled for 5 laps. Once again, big thank you to our sponsors, FXR, Moosehead, Twisted Tea, and MacDon. We'd also like to say thanks to the RM of Broken Head and the town of Beausejour for all of their generous support. Getting set to go on the ATV Open final. Green flag, here we go. Big wheelies, wow. Sexton almost gets in to the 215 of Stefan Wiebe. But Wiebe says, I'm having none of that and I'm getting out of here. But look at the battle now. Sexton on the inside of the 215. But it looks like that 215 with a little more horsepower perhaps. Look at this battle for the lead. The 215 and the 34 of Sexton getting at it. Another good battle between the number 13, I think that is. Don't really recognize spray paint numbers that well, but I think that's number 13. Racing in the ATV Open right here. This final scheduled for 5 laps. Stefan Wiebe leading Sexton. Sexton tries to go underneath, and Wiebe shuts the door. No thank you, says Wiebe. Number 7 in the 3rd spot, Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. That is an older 1986 Honda. Sexton going into turn 3 real hard, trying to close the gap up on the 215 of Stefan Wiebe out of Woodlands, Manitoba. Wiebe on a 2011 Can-Am, the 34 of Sexton on a 2015 Can-Am. Oh, heads up, they collide, and whoa, brother. Sexton and Wiebe get together in turn number 1. I just saw the tail end of that, but I am sure neither rider will be happy about that one. All right, so looks like both riders are okay and walking around, I do believe. Sexton tried to go inside there on the number 34 and found the 215 of Wiebe right in that spot. So our safety crews will go to work. We'll try to figure out exactly what happened there through our race officials and get going once again with the ATV Open final. 5 laps, the original distance here. So here's what's up after the ATV Open final. Race 44 on your schedule. Pro Mod, Super Mod 340, and Superstock 440 final. We have some scratches to some drivers in that one, so we'll tell you about that when we get there. Race 45 will be the Junior 2 Sprint 380 class. Race 46, IFS 440X Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup, with a single scratched rider out of that one. Race 47, Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan final. Then a grooming break courtesy of Quebecs, and then the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship race, race number 48, the Pro Champ 440 final. 15 laps will be the distance, and a lot of stories happening in anticipation of that race. All right, it looks like the 34 of Sexton might be going off on the hook. That's a tough break. Those two riders battled, well, real hard all weekend long. Mark Sexton out of Lorette West, Manitoba on the 34, and the 215 of Stefan Wiebe out of Woodlands really got at her all weekend long, and kind of unbelievable to think that there might be a different winner in the ATV Open final, but there just might be, because those two riders have dominated completely all weekend. All right, here they come. All right, it looks like the 215 will be able to continue. Mark Sexton to the pit area on the number 34. Okay, we have 3 laps down, 2 remaining in the ATV Open, we're just told. All right, indeed, 2 laps remaining in this ATV Open race. Getting ready to restart for a 2-lap showdown here. All right, 5 remaining ATVs on track. They'll be getting the white flag this time around. Stefan Weeb on the 215 back up front after a big crash in turn number 1 with the 34 of Mark Sexton. Looks like the number 9 could be done, pulling off into the pit area now. Checkered flag is out. And the 215 of Stefan Weeb will win it. And that'll do it for the ATV Open final. Well, Sexton unable to compete in the last couple of laps, and the win going to the 215 of Stefan Weeb out of Woodlands, Manitoba on the 2011 Can-Am. All right, race 44 on deck. Pro Mod 340, Super Mod 340, and Super Stock 440 final. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Here they come already. Couple of scratches I'll tell you as we go. The 522 will be Bruce Wittenabell. He will be in this race, according to our lineup sheets. He's out of Mayville, Wisconsin. Out of this race, scratch the 65 Norm Chura and the 72 of Ryan Fleeschacker. Riding the number 35 will be Paul Diefenthaler out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin. The 47 is Kirby Kaltoff from Humboldt, Saskatchewan. The 44 is out of West St. Paul, Manitoba, and that is Vic Mazer. The 13 is Kieran Lowen from Altona. The 83 is Nathan Foyt out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. The 171 is Bill Elvis Stull on a Rupp, 1975 Rupp, in fact. And the 82 is Brandon Gentz out of Iron Ridge, Wisconsin on a 73 Polaris. Race 44 on the day of a total of 48 is on the track. Scratch Norm Chura and Ryan Fleeschacker. And getting set to go now, Pro Mod 340, Super Mod 340, and Super Stock 440 final. And these riders are excited to get going, a little too excited, in fact, as Riley Baker, our starter, tells them to head back to the starting line. All right, we're going to try this one again in race number 44. 5-lap final coming up. .522 off like a shot. Bruce Wittenabell out of Mayville, Wisconsin on the 73 Polaris. First to the first corner and has the whole shot. Look at this race. Here comes the number 83 and the 35. Nathan Foyt out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on the 83. And the 83 takes over the lead. .522 dropping to the 3rd spot. The 82 is Brandon Gentz out of Iron Ridge, Wisconsin, riding a 1973 Polaris. Look at this pass on the outside. The number 35 has had some speed all race long. Paul Diefenthaler out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin, riding a 1978 Polaris into the number 1 spot now. Nathan Foyt out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on the Polaris. White flag coming out this time around. Checkered flag is in the hands of Riley Baker on the front straightaway as this race draws to a close. Your winner is going to be the number 35. That is Paul Diefenthaler out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin, taking the win on the 1978 Polaris. And a nice job this weekend by the rider out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin, Paul Diefenthaler on the 35. Pretty strong all weekend long, winning that Pro Mod 340, Super Mod 340, and Super Stock 440 final. Race 45 coming up momentarily, the Junior 2 Sprint 380 class for 14 to 17-year-olds. This is a final. 5 laps will be the distance in this one. 30 is going to be Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Riding the 158 is Hunter Van Reen out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin. The 59 is Hunter Johnson, Hunter from Drayton, North Dakota, on a 2017 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. The 199, riding a 2019 Premier, is Lawrence Egg out of Greenbush. The Egg Farms 199 out of Greenbush, scheduled to start, well, second to outside. And starting outside, according to our lineup sheets, the 13 is Dale Hunter from Thamesford, Ontario. 1998 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. All right, Dale Hunter on the outside at a Thamesford, Ontario. Getting set to do battle in race 45, Junior 2 Sprint 380 racing for 14 to 17-year-olds. Here we go. Good start for the number 30, Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin. This is race number 45 on your schedule. A couple more after this one before a Quebec grooming break. 158 coming up to challenge now. That is Hunter Van Ryen out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin. Number 30, Jocelyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin, having a nice ride as usual. Been very strong all weekend. Jocelyn leading it. The 199 is third out of Greenbush. That is Lawrence Egg, the Egg Farms 199, currently third. ...131 kilometers on the previous lap, about 80 miles an hour or so. 30 in the 158 and the 199, still your top three. 59, Hunter Johnson out of Drayton. 13, Dale Hunter out of Thamesford, Ontario. White flag is out. The 158, Hunter Van Ryen out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin, is leading Jocelyn now. Jocelyn Rathke out of Wisconsin has to strike quickly here. Checkered flag, your winner is going to be the 158, followed by the 30. So Hunter Van Ryen of Tomahawk, Wisconsin will take the win officially. 59 in the 13 finish up, Hunter Johnson, and the 13 of Dale Hunter out of Ontario. And that'll do it for race 45, the Junior 2 Sprint 380 class, 14 to 17-year-olds. That was the final for 5 laps. Brought to you by FXR, Moosehead, Twisted Tea, and MacDon. All right, time now for a very important race. This is race number 46, the IFS 440X Jerry Bunke Cup. Scratch the 41 of Tony Autumn out of this, out of Milton, North Dakota. He will not compete. The 65 is Norm Chura. 21 is Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. The 5'11 is Tyson Bizdell. The 5, Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta, a 3-time champion in this race. And the 82 is Brandon Gentz out of Iron Ridge, Wisconsin. Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup coming up. Jerry Bunke was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 1970s. He tragically lost his life in a race accident in Beausejour, Manitoba in 1978. This race, in honor of Jerry Bunke and his dedication, we will present at the banquet tonight the Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup to the rider that finishes the next 5 laps first. IFS 440X Jerry Bunke Cup. 5 laps, here we go. Very prestigious race here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Winner last year, Russ Liba of Warburg, Alberta. He has won it 3 times. Proudly sponsored by Colors, Beausejour Broken Head Fire Department, Super Tracks Racing, Kende Racing, PJ Materik Auto Body, and Sobetsky Enterprises. Many thanks to all of those great sponsors for making this one possible in 2020. Here comes your leaders. Russ Liba leading the 5-1-1 of Tyson Bizdell out of Anola, Manitoba. 156 kilometers per hour. They are moving. Liba, Bizdell, and the 65 of Norm Chura in the 3rd spot. Brandon Gentz out of Iron Ridge, Wisconsin is 4th on the 82. Norm Chura challenging now for the 2nd spot. Norm Chura on the number 65 is 68 years old. White flag is out for your race leader. Winner, Russ Liba, 4-time champion now of the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. Bizdell and Chura come across 2nd and 3rd. What a great job once again by Russ Liba as the 82 of Brandon Gentz comes across the finish line. Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta on the 1982 motoski makes it a 4th Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge win. Wow. Sponsored again by Colors Auto Body Supplies, Beausejour Broken Head Fire Department, Sobetsky Enterprises, Super Tracks Racing, PJ Materik, and Kende Racing. Many thanks to all those great sponsors. Of course, Super Tracks Racing, a big part of that event for many, many years. And Russ Liba will head back to the pit area. We will present the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge Trophy to him at tonight's award ceremony at the Community Hall, located just to our left here in the grandstands, kind of behind the grandstands and to our left. Dinner available over there. You can pay for your dinner when you get there. and enjoy the evening with us. It's going to be fun. Checks going out to all the racers, awards, and, of course, a lot of laughs. Always here in Beausejour. Always a good time each and every year. Race 47 coming up has been changed to 4 laps, not 5 as indicated on the lineup sheets. 4 laps for the Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan final. 31 is going to be Dwayne Lassen out of Creighton, Saskatchewan. He rides a 76 Merc. 57 also is a 76 Merc. The number 57 is Ken Bruce out of St. Anne, Manitoba. And aboard the 15, Sheldon Carlson is out of Mackinac, North Dakota. The 509 is Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. The 57J is Joe Bruce from St. Anne, Manitoba. And out of Enola is the 866 of Doug Bedall. The 2C rounding out the field is out of Rhinelander, Wisconsin, and this is Scott Heinrichs. Scott Heinrichs out of Rhinelander, Wisconsin on a 77 Polaris. Our last race before a grooming break, and then we'll come back with the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship race. 15 laps in the Pro Champ 440s. Look at that old John Deere. That's cool. Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan on the 509. And that John Deere works pretty good off the starting line. This race shortened to 4 laps. Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan final. The John Deere is leading down the back chute. Prince Albert, Saskatchewan's Albert Ratty on the 509. That is a 1975 John Deere. .866 is Doug Bedall out of Enola, Manitoba. He rides a 1979 Yamaha. John Deere working in turn 3 and 4 already. Rest of the field on the back chute here in your Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan final. Should be 2 laps down, I think, now for the 509. Troubles for the 866. 31 and the 57 come by. Dwayne Lassen on the 31. The 57 is Ken Bruce. Sounded like 108 kilometers per hour on the previous lap. White flag is out for the 509, the John Deere of Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. One more lap around in the Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan final. Race number 47 of 48 on the day. And the John Deere will take the win. Checkers for Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. The number 509, the 1975 John Deere, takes the checkered flag. .31 finishes up. Dwayne Lassen, as does the 57 of Ken Bruce out of St. Anne, Manitoba on the 75 Merc. All right, well, we're going to take a grooming break courtesy of Cubex now, get the racetrack cleaned up for FXR Moosehead Twisted Tea and MacDon. Grab yourself something to eat real quick. Limited supplies available in the concession. It was a very, very busy day. Beer garden is open. Grab yourself some CPTC promo wear. Some great looking stuff available over there. And we'll be back momentarily with the 48th and final race of the day, the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships Pro Champ 440 final. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Fifteen-lap race here in the Pro Champ 440 final. Here we go. Gunnar Stern, the Red Bull Skidoo, showing the way thus far. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson. The Wall Brothers Racing, Jimmy John's Polaris FXR 102. 3 times in a row, the Eagle River World Champion. He would like to win one here today in the Canadian Championship race. (166 kilometers per hour). Wow, that is flying. Gunnar Stern, Stevenson, Gady. On the number 28 is third. Matt Gady has had a good season on the USSA Tour and is currently sitting in the third spot, not having visited this track since 2016. Travis McDonald, the XPS Lubricants 8, is fourth. Van Stridonk challenging Olsen in turn number 1 and 2. Van Stridonk in his final ice oval race, currently in the 6th spot. Gunnar Stern on the 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois. Seems to be getting faster as the weekend wears on, and he's got a full corner lead almost on his next rival. Travis McDonald on the move as he pulls up on the back end of Matt Gady out of Minnesota. Cross flags being displayed. We're halfway through. Travis McDonald out of Goner, Manitoba on the inside of Gady. Gady on the outside, still battling for the 3rd and 4th spot. Travis McDonald uses the Skidoo horsepower and pulls himself into the 3rd spot. Ten in the 233 involved on the front chute as they quickly change positions. Gunnar Stern won last night in the USSA Pro Star Points race. and is doing the same here so far today. Second spot, three-time Eagle River World Champion Blaine Stevenson. Third spot, Travis McDonald. Fourth, Matt Gady. Fifth, the TNN Racing number 13 of Nick Van Stridonk. 25 years in the business. What a true class act, the TNN Racing team. And we're hoping to have them back next year as spectators here in Beausejour. Nick Van Stridonk will retire after today's race. Getting into lap traffic now. Let's take a look in turn 1 and 2. Gunnar Stern around the outside of the lapper. That is the 75 of Cook. Blaine Stevenson easily around the outside. Stevenson is going to make this a race, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Just like last night, this is coming down to the wire. The 58th running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. And look at the distance between first and second. It is absolutely nothing. Lap traffic once again in turn number 3 and 4. Here they come. Wow, look at that. What a brilliant move by the 102, but this race is not over yet. One of the best battles ever here in Beausejour. Coming down to turn 3 and 4. On the inside is Stevenson. The checkered flag is in the air. Wow. Blaine Stevenson on the 102 will win it. Gunnar Stern on the 220 second. And Travis McDonald unofficially third. Wow-wee. What a day here in Beausejour, and what a finish. Blaine Stevenson, the Jimmy Johns Polaris Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102, uses lap traffic brilliantly and unofficially wins the 58th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Great job.